I went to the wrong scene. 1 second. Oops. How did I fuck that up? That's crazy. Hi. Hello. How's it going? Oops. My bad. It's okay. No one saw that anyway, so... Hi. How's it going? Hope you're surviving. It's fucking warm. And I hate it. And it's the worst thing ever. So, I think that it's only fair that we fucking kill the sun. I think that's on today's agenda. It's honestly, I say this, it's not as bad. This morning it was really bad. But it has been raining non-stop. Though, very coincidentally... Honestly, it wasn't... I like the rain, so... But very coincidentally, during when I had to travel, so... that was funny. But, I hope you're surviving regardless. It is Monday. The heat's only gonna get worse, at least over here. So, I will say this now. I'll probably say this at the end of the stream as well, if I remember. Tomorrow, if the weather forecast is what it says it is, do not expect a stream from me because, I can barely survive that just like bog standard. Never mind with my fucking... with 2 computers on heating up the room, so... You'll have to forgive me, but it is gonna be like... Let me double check. We are forecast for like fucking 28 degrees tomorrow. Could be even more, so... Wednesday as well is looking pretty high, so... Not as bad, but, you know, we'll see. So just, I'll mention that now. I'll probably mention that towards the end of the stream as well. It's just that it's not going to be feasible with me having 2 computers on. I'm just going to be agitated and overstimulated and no one's going to want to be around that. I feel like I'm barely tolerated as it is. Anyway, I haven't said my hellos yet, but we can do that now, so... A venomous poison. I love this song. I can't believe I've seen Alice Cooper live. That's something. That is an achievement, seeing Alice Cooper live. All started with this song. I was like, I see this. I have 2 Alice Cooper songs in this playlist. I should have 2 Alice Cooper songs. Now that I think about it, I never really hear the other song playing. But that's because Sabaton takes up so much of this fucking playlist. I probably need to comb through that. There's probably a lot of duplicates. The same was happening with Powerwolf, but it's pretty crazy. I've seen Alice Cooper live. Wow. Anyway, hellos. Hello, clarinets. Congratulations on being voice. Hello, Ray. Hello, Trashcan. Hello, Normanton. Hello, Rhino. Hello, Sag. Hello, Melvin. Hello, Gem. Thank you for the like. Summer Veins. Trashcan, thank you for the 305 stream streak. Hello, Strix. Hello, Beaker. Thank you for the like. Positive affirmation right off the bat. I did a really good job today. I'm so fucking tired. Sleep has not been happening. Which is why I ended up taking yesterday off. I needed some fucking rest because I was fucking dying. I still need said rest, but I got shit to do. I can't be just running away because of a little lack of sleep. That's not me. I don't know what we're gonna do today, by the way. So yeah, we're killing the sun today. You're sitting in the sun on your lunch break, need your vitamins. Make sure you're wearing plenty of sun protection. Hello, Pancake! Venomous poison as a line bothers me. It's somehow both redundant and an oxymoron. Yeah, but the song sounds good, so we forgive it. Well, at least I do. I can't speak for you guys. I don't know. I'm not your dad, apparently. Considering I got one happy Father's Day despite making everyone pregnant. And that being a running joke on the channel, but apparently it's not jokey enough. You guys can't commit to a bit. I'm ashamed. And raise you to be like this. I don't know what we're gonna do today, by the way. I should probably get back on that. I know we just finished the Spyro into the Dragonfly, but I should probably get right back. I really need to force myself to play the fucking Nuzlocke. Dude, if I have to ever restart that Nuzlocke, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Maybe I'll play TFT. Maybe I'll do Sky. I don't know what I want to do today. I also need to play Hunt because the event started and I have played a total of jack shit of the event. I haven't even been reading the changes. All that I remember is they've changed the system in which you can... Hello? Can I help you, young man? Can you stop headbutting my microphone, please, Ghost? What's up? What's up, honey? Yes, you're very cute. And your breath is very smelly. Thank you for... Hello. We can cuddle. What was I saying? Yeah, they changed the weapon system, so it's like a point system now, rather than large, medium, small slots, and then just being able to take, like, you know, 2 mediums or a small and a large, or obviously depending if you're quartermaster, or what was the other fucking trait that was like buffed quartermaster, whatever that was. So, hello, Goat. Does the sun hate have to be anonymous? This is a safe space for sun haters, so yes. We are all anonymous here. Gunrunner, that's it. Hello, Winter. So yeah, I haven't played since they dropped the update. I need to read all of the other updates though. From the sounds of it, it was like a big patch, so... Making us pregnant doesn't make you our dad? What do you mean? Is that not how it works? Do you guys hate me? They have no intentions of bringing it back, that's fine. Honestly, I think it was a pretty, like, not necessarily redundant, but people weren't gonna use it. Maybe you can make some funny ha-has with it, but when it came to it, it was like, I think Gunrunner was a thing when it was like back when you had to pick a pack and no one was picking Gunrunner, when you could just have the other two, which were more OP. I only won it for memes, because I was bringing dual Avtos, and honestly, it fucking worked. But I felt a bit gross. You'll be very open about your hatred? Good for you. Good for you. Are you warm, Ghost? You got so much fur. Can I have a kiss? Thank you. Alright, go on then. Or are you just sitting there? You can't lay on my keyboard. You can't lay on my keyboard. Did you guys see Ghost's message yesterday? He left you guys a message in announcements. You can never hate Grocery. I need to rage bait you more. It's a cute message. I was like, I fucking left my desk or something. I came back. I was like, what? Where are these reactions? Wait, there's a message there. I was like, oh shit, Ghost fucking typed something, I guess. Hi. Hello, Jaikon. They're your worst loser? Okay. Yeah, no, I can't think of anything right now. Don't ask me to think. It's too fucking hot for that. I can barely think on a good day. Never mind a bad day. Wait, what is this collab? Power Wash have a new collab, but I don't recognize the game, probably because I haven't played it. You don't hate the sun? I hate the sun. Most of us do. 18 isn't the worst. 24 is pretty bad. Actually, gonna go with 26. Tomorrow it's gonna be 28. I'm just not looking forward to it at all, really. John Cena is the best wrestler? Actually, no, listen here. John Cena is a good guy. He's a good bloke. You know, after his wrestling shenanigans, he went and did some acting and is actually an actor. And really fulfills the role pretty fucking decently. We wanna go down that route, then I would go with The Rock, honestly. That guy's a prick, eh? You're avoiding the sun. Even if whether you like or dislike the sun, just, you know, I'm not your fucking dad, apparently, allegedly, but make sure to, you know, skin protection is very real and needed. Do not underestimate the power of a carcinoma. Sun cream if you can wear it, hat, sleeves, all that sort of stuff. The hat head protection especially. I feel like people forget about the head all the time. They're like, I've got sunscreen on, I'll be fine, or I'm wearing something sleeved, I'll be fine. But they forget about their head. And the back of the head is the least likely place you're going to be able to see if you do have any of the carcinomas. Hellcaps. Had a total dark mode for summer, I wish. At this point, I think honest to God, it might be a shout if we all go and live, we make the poles a more inhabited place. We go live on one pole when it's all dark and gloomy in winter, and then when it's time for summertime on that side, we go to the other one. I'll play League of Legends to the sun, then it will be the one getting cancer instead. Wait, you might be onto something there. Matchstick head. No. For me, it's always it was funny what I used to call them Neapolitan arms. My stepdad gets them all the time. Because obviously in his work gear, he will switch to short sleeves, because people go short sleeves to, you know, be cooler, but in reality it's still better to go long sleeves to protect your arms. And when you would lift his like sleeve up, you would see how his arms went from like pink to brown to white. So call them Neapolitan arms. If you're moving, leave that way, please. There we go. Oh god. Am I having to take tips on how to rage bait Ray from you, trash can? What a good theme. Brom has such a good theme. Hello, Sucumbia. How's it going? Hello, Daddy-o. Oh my god. What are these? There's some more slop games coming out. To backseat you. Backseating the rage bait is diabolical. That's crazy. Migratory birds. That's what we'll do then. We'll have to make some holiday homes in both poles. This Hell's Ghost after melting. I am real. Tomorrow is going to be the kicker. I'm telling you. Today is so much more. It's like the start of the heat wave. So rage baited. That's good. I like that. Dearie me. My head hurts a little bit. But yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do today, actually. I don't want to do Pokemon, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Lumux! Red heat warning has me groaning. It's just fucking horrible. It's horrible. If you are gonna, I will let you guys know if you are the type of person that hates mindless complaining. I mean, this place is probably not for you anyway, but it's probably gonna be 20-fold over the entirety of summer. I give it a 255 stream streak. Bum 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 bum. Oh wait, that reminds me, is this like... Uh-oh. No. Need to betray someone, quickly go to hell on the best layer? What is the best layer? I've been considering removing Sabaton from the playlist. I just, I mean, it's... I don't know. It was like last year, but... maybe I'll give them a chance, maybe they'll learn. The solstice was yesterday? Oh, so that's good, because that means that it will stop being light all the fucking time. It is never dark enough. I look outside, it's always bright, and I hate it. Like, I know I'm an edgy little fucking emo crow, but... I fucking hate how bright it is. I'm really feeling the humidity. Like, it's the air is just the breathability of the air is not there. It's 9 in the evening though, it's still light. Yep. Yep. There is no darkness, only light. The atmosphere will be burned, we can live underground. Like dwarves? Are we gonna be like dwarves? Or are we gonna turn into something creepier, like mole people? Like worms? Digatana, 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 quick before the hyenas come. What a fucking acid trip of a movie. Although I do like it. I enjoy the idea that sort of like Lion King 3 was basically Lion King 1 but from Timon and Pumbaa's perspective, and I feel like honestly I feel like it's a very underutilized what do you call it? Funny thing. Thanks for self-care check. Trope? Yeah, I suppose. Or it wouldn't necessarily be a trope. It's like it's like the whole movie. You know what I mean? Maybe it is trope. Moana is too soon for a live action remake, bro. After fucking this second Moana tanked, I don't even know why they're doing it in the first place. Hello, Tabby. How's it going? Yeah, there's a heat wave coming. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't even think especially after the fucking all of the backlash that the Lilo and Stitch one got.
Zelk Sippy.
Honestly, it surprises me that The Rock didn't play Stitch or some shit. Fane, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy 28 months. How's it going? And hello, Ginger. How you doing? Turn into one of those things from the I was reading that as the Descent. Well, what's the... I'm gonna take a look. One of what thing? Oh! Okay, I know what you mean. You're gonna turn into a Falmer? Is that what that is? That looks like a fucking Falmer to me. Need island-wide air conditioner for all of UK and a dehumidifier. An X remake is a necessary remake. I can't say that because the Fruits Basket one was amazing, so I can't say that. Run away. Oh dear. At this point, Disney is just going over the entire back catalog because they know it'll make money whether it's good or not, and it helps keep things out of the public domain, I suppose. When you have a reputation that you do, where people will just flock to it regardless, you know, like other franchises. Pokemon. You can just do whatever the fuck you want and people will still buy it. It sucks. I love Fruits Basket so much, but if it released nowadays, it would get cancelled so hard. I mean, it got the remake. The remake was really well received. Like, kind of look like the farmer, just a lot more mean. The farmer are pretty mean, but I suppose it's not really their fault, is it? The singular thing I want a remake of was horrifically Monkey Pod. It is what it is. Shit happens. These films will always have an audience because parents want something to keep the kids quiet. Yeah. Dude, was there any need for Toy Story 5, by the way? I don't think there was. I don't know why Toy Story 5 why Toy Story got a 5th movie, but that was crazy. Fortunately, fan people will always be fan people despite shit whether it's good or not. And I have this conversation every time this topic comes up. It's horrible because, you know, they might proclaim themselves as being... That's their train, whatever. They might proclaim themselves as being like the biggest fans because they will support them through thick or thin, but they don't realize that you're actually harming the franchise or whatever. Age gap between Tohoru's mom and dad, and that she was still a teenager when they met. People are a lot more against us still kind of nowadays, even knowing it's fiction. Oh, you know, when you said that, I honestly thought that you were probably gonna comment on the fact that it might be because, like, oh, when a boy hugs a girl and a girl hugs a boy, people wouldn't be happy with that. But I think people need to understand that some things happened were made in a different time. And we need to be aware of that, you know? No! No, I don't think so. What the fuck is this? Hello? Trash can? What the fuck? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Where the fuck did that come from? You did not have to do that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you very much. Holy shit. Thank you. Poor snow elves, poor snow elves. Thank you very much, Trash Can. If you got a sub, make sure you say your respective thank you, and I hope you enjoy it. Jesus Christ. He did not get away. As Stream Elements, I can still see your shit. Haha. Chad Can. Wow, thank you very much. No, he's gone. I think so. I have a chocolate bar. Hi. Dude, I've lost my touch. I have a pack of Doritos that I bought. And back in the day, I would have been able to fucking eat it all in one. Like the big bag. It's been like a week and I'm still not through them. I'm getting old. Hello, Hangry. How's it going? Time to take you out back. Please fucking do. Make my day. Oh, long ago. How's it going? Yeah, I can't eat a bag. I used to fucking love them. Well, they're still enjoyable, I just can't eat a full bag anymore. Steam Machine Companion Cube, what the fuck is that? You can get skins for the Steam Machine? I didn't even know it was out. Racism, sexism. Oh, fucking hell. Guys, it's warm. If you didn't know, it's really fucking warm. I wanna go lie down. I was starfish naked on my bed with like 7,000 fans on me. And I wanna be undisturbed until this heat wave is over. In fact, until summer is over. But I can't do that, so here we are. I can't do it! Bro, where am I gonna get 7,000 fucking fans? Sheen of sweat. It's the worst. Because I am someone that, I mean, I've not been sleeping under my covers for like the past like fucking month now. But I've been still using like my weighted blanket. But now it's getting too much for even that, so... I don't know.
One ticket plays Zelk Sugoi.
One ticket? For what? What do you mean one ticket? Caps, thank you for the... Why does Ghost not appear? Okay, there you go. Thank you for the 100 bits, Caps. You did not have to do that, but thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, the train, I see. Unfortunately, since I am based in the UK, the train will get cancelled halfway before you need to get like your destination, so unlucky. And thank you for the level 4 hype train. I appreciate it. That was very sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. What if I just play fucking... I don't know. I don't know what to play, guys. Hell, you should play Deltarune. Hell, you should play Pokemon. Hell, you should play DMC4. I don't wanna. You should play Deadlock. I uninstalled Deadlock. I uninstalled Sea of Thieves. I uninstalled Deadlock. You monster, grow up. You've been playing fucking... What is it? War Thunder? What's that all about? The ban is lifted for Heatwave. Oh god. Hex wanted this stupid 70-pound skin. Needed to say was okay, right? Being punished, or am I being blessed? The 6 of Swords, the Empress, and the vow has been renewed. Almost got chat banned in my first 8 games back. I've never been chat banned. Surprisingly. Never been chat banned. There's probably instances where I should have been chat banned, but I've never been chat banned. Hello, Hannah. How's it going? Play respectable garbage like Diablo 4. Or I could play Overwatch, where I have the Warlock skin. for Lifeweaver, so that's basically playing Diablo. You can basically mod in anything you want skin-wise. Why spend the money? I guess the same reason why you can do that with like League of Legends. That's crazy. You're right now, zombies like a Chad? Why? I don't know what you're... I don't play zombies. I did consider uninstalling Black Ops 3, but then I was like, okay, but the fucking workshop maps for Black Ops 3 are hilarious. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. You're baking a rainbow trout today, but that means it's gonna be hot inside? Oh, Lord. Maybe you got a barbecue? Custom League skins are dog shit 99% of the time? Nah, there's no way. What do you mean? The wheelchair Yasuo is quite possibly the best skin in the game. Or the one where fucking they turn everyone into Gragas, whatever that one is as well. I used to use League skins back in the day. I turned Jinx into an anime character. It was really cool. And then I stopped using them one day when I queued up. This is very unfortunate, but I queued up with someone for their ranked games. They were in like their promos to get out of bronze, and they needed like another win. And this was like way back when, so there's no remakes or anything like that. And I couldn't load into the game because the game had updated, but I hadn't updated the custom skin thing, so my game kept crashing and shit. So they lost their fucking bronze promos. No grill? Ah, buh. Buh. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Fnatic and G2, fuck you. Use some official skins with external stuff, but sometimes they would bug out. The ability effects would be default, but the skin is whatever you selected. I liked back when there was a custom where you could change the language, the spoken language, only in game. I had my game in Japanese. It was great. Some of my I have a bunch of clips of like things I considered plays back in the day saved on a YouTube thing. They're kind of embarrassing, but I keep them saved anyway for nostalgia purposes. But in some of them, you can hear that my client is in Japanese because I am a fucking weeb through and through. Just to clarify, I never use that and do not support it. Like, right, if they're gonna try and get you for something, all they have to do is look up your fucking chat logs and then you'll be donezo, bro. Yeah, sentimental value. Rice and lemon, that's always a shout with fish, honestly. Can't go wrong with that. Anime girl on the internet is a weeb? What? What? Nani? But no, I felt pretty bad because, yeah, it was back in the day. And by the time I got it working, we pretty much lost the game. I was like, shit. So I never used custom skins since. And I was like, ugh. But seeing some of the fucking effort people put into them is really cool. Like, there are some skins that are actual, like, they make, like, splash arts and stuff for as well. It's nice to see that kind of passion. Hello, Inferno. How's it going? League bugs out without custom skins? Yeah, I suppose you're right. Whenever I think of League bugs, I think of... I think it was like a Yorick main who had compiled like a fucking Bible of Yorick bugs. I think it was a Yorick main that it was pretty popular. Like, it was years ago, but it was like the funniest shit I'd ever seen. It was either Yorick or it might have been Mordekaiser, actually. Because I remember when they changed Mordekaiser's ult the first time, it introduced so many bugs. I think it's like mainly whenever they try to add an ability in the game that involves copying something, it's because of the amount of different interactions like that you have, like you can't think of them all. So like you know, you have issues like with Viego and Silas. They're pretty buggy. So Mordekaiser, when you could ult and get, you know, because like I remember because I used to obviously play a lot of Jhin back in the normals, back in the days in the normal games, and if old Mordekaiser ulted me, if he ulted me and I had like fucking 4-shot rapid fire cannon up, oh my god, he's gonna have a monster. But sometimes, like, sorry, it's not when he ulted me, it's if I died with 4th shot and rapid fire cannon up, then the ghost would have 4th shot perma and rapid fire cannon perma. You know what I mean? Or you could get unlucky and I could die while I'm reloading and now Jhin won't shoot, so, you know. You're an angel? Alright, buddy. It makes you think they can fix stuff like that if Rengar freaks out when you try to ult on Nexus since he came out and they can't fix it. Listen, I'm just saying things. I think the only things that have actually irritated me have been like visual bugs or sound bugs. For so the Christmas Jinx skin is like my favorite skin ever. I love the sound effects. It's really, really cute. But for the longest time, for some reason, the Q sound effect was wrong. It was the wrong way around. So when you switched to Pow Pow, it made the noise for Fish Bones. And when you switched to Fish Bones, it made the noise for Pow Pow. And it pissed me off so much. It made me so upset. Rengar will just exit the invis and stand there. There's a very interesting bug. I do have a clip of it. I don't know if it's still in the game actually, but there is a very interesting bug. I'm not sure what caused it, where for some reason sometimes Jhin will shoot his 4th shot in slow-mo. That happened to me like probably maybe 3 or 4 times. I don't know why that happens, but it was very interesting to see. I thought I was like losing my mind at first, just like gaslighting myself. But no, it is something that happened. So the invisible Nunu bug is still in the game. They don't know what's causing it, dude. The invisible Nunu, oh my god. That's been around for yonks. Since he got like reworked, right? I remember it being incredibly prevalent because people would like, I would see it a lot because there was people that would like for some reason when Nexus Blitz was like incredibly popular and always like pretty much in the game every other week, for some reason Nunu was really popular to play there, so I would see it happen all of the time. I'm trying to think of all, like, if I have like a favorite bug. There's the more recent Ahri one, where for some reason if you auto-attacked as Popstar Ahri, for some reason everyone could hear it and it was really, really loud. There's probably some old code tied to some old item that's barely used, causing an issue. I mean, yeah, they don't call it spaghetti code for nothing. Do you remember the bug, but it's also a script that you needed to get to use out of the bug? No. I do remember when they dropped the Runes Reforged patch, I remember this so vividly. So I think it was Guardian. For some reason, Guardian would trigger on Thresh's dead body. If you walked over Thresh's dead body, like, Guardian would trigger. And I thought it was a feature because it had been in the game for literal years afterwards. Like years. And then they fixed it and they were like, oh no, this is actually a bug. This was not intended. I was like, oh shit, okay. I remember that there was a bug where Tahm Kench could kill his own teammates. That was pretty funny. There was the one Viego bug that was incredibly easy to fucking recreate, the Dark Seal one, where for some reason he just got infinite fucking ability power, right? It was crazy. Swedish pagans. Lots of very funny bugs. I remember when, before Zoe was released, there was a bug with her W that for some reason it would just infinitely start fucking spam spawning a bunch of spells and stuff. That was a little goofy. Trying to think if there's anything like incredibly iconic. I guess more is pretty iconic at this point. Reason I don't buy the item anymore. Well, I say this and then I'll buy it anyway. When it doesn't trigger. It's a very common occurrence. It's Tobias' Fate video. It's a decorative item, yeah. But sometimes you feel like you should fucking... Oh, what? Oh, this was 9 years ago. I feel like I should remember this. Guys, what if we play TFT for 6 hours where I force meatball every game? Dude, that's crazy. Leave it a like, clarinets. Best of luck with your fish cooking. Do it? You want to sit there and watch me force meeple every game? I will fucking do it. I will not hesitate, bitch. Moa is supposed to counter AP assassins, which is not doing really, but those same AP champs can build Zhonya. I'm not mad about Zhonya. No, it's very fair. I think the reason why, if I were to understand the reason why Moa is not triggering, it's because too much damage is being done in the first place. So you just die anyway. Moa's like, yeah, I'm not gonna help you there, bro. But I feel like AP and like MR has always been really difficult to balance regardless. Feels like if a fucking magic damaging champion just builds avoid stuff, like they're doing true damage to you. I could play some Mayhem. Alright, I'm revoking. I did finish Enter Dragonfly. Can I revoke the ban for today, please? I want to play some League. You guys have put me in a real League mood. Is a new guy out yet? It's too hot, lift the ban. I'm considering having a day where I do a 12-hour stream, or a stream where I'm like, this stream will not end until this fucking... This fucking fuck is done. This game is done. Can I... Demacia crown. Oh, they're adding new hats to Mayhem. Oh, wait. Some of the emotes in this pass are really cute. Alright, let me get set up. I'm gonna do the no category thing. Because it's League. I did see someone complaining about that the other day. People not putting categories. I'm like, bro, I don't want the trogs to find me, you know? I love League, and sometimes the community is really funny and does really cool things, but I don't need anyone finding my fucking silver ass playing Mayhem. I'm not about to make myself a sitting target like that. Shiana's out, she's amazing. No, not fucking Shion, I mean... Vane's fucking friend. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes the frogs are too much. Any mods or VIPs that would like to join me for some ARAM? You can just let me know. Hello, Shihiro. How's it going? They're complaining the stream isn't for them. Yeah, but I don't need that negativity in chat, especially when it's hot. Otherwise, I'm gonna get mean. And we're keeping this posy vibes only. I'm a very positive Peter, you know? I'm okay. When Flex, though, we still didn't finish our fucking placements. We didn't finish our placements, bro. There is ARAM, is ARAM Clash this week as well? Pussy League Class only. And if you listen real close, you can hear him like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. I think GoldenEye finished them. I did not finish mine. They got a secret that they keep like a slave. Do you guys like my new edgy name? With my soul. Was due for a change. Wait, is my sheep name outdated? Yep. Oh, Brand. Devil twice as much Cecilia, so. Right, listen. We are manifesting Infernal Conduit, Vulnerability, Jeweled Gauntlet, and... what's the money one with the combustion? I can't remember what it's called. So I need I need the prismatic and two prismatics and 2 golds. And that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged. That drifter begged him please as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I'm the devil that you for. This is just wrong. He didn't give an unhinged name. I was playing the other day and there was someone named after an Overwatch character. I can't remember which Overwatch character it was though. Hello, JB. What's with the question mark? Let you free from the port and on his way back to hell. You'll steal the name and change the hashtag? Why my name? Go steal Goat's name or something. Did he expect you to stream with this humidity? It's rough, but tomorrow is worse. So I have a feeling I might not be streaming tomorrow, so I was like, I'll do it today. Good enough. Ooh. Ooh, these... 'Cause in the end, what are you without me? I don't know where to go here. These are all good. Oh, baby, I wasn't wrong from the start. Guys, 103. I'll probably play for some time. You keep me on the edge of my seat at the time, so you won't hear me. You made me. Alright, 3, we'll go phenomenal evil then. I can't hate the ones who made me married to the music, for better or for worse. Listen, Aussie League vibes only. Boom, look at that. 2 stacks already. Insane. Also, I found that From Downtown is basically the... What am I doing? Is like basically... Oh, money! Oh no! He's gonna kill me! I wanted the money. Bollocks. Hello, Lychee! Yeah, fuck the heat. And fuck that guy with the radiator too. What the fuck is that all about, eh? I kind of understand it though, probably because like you still need the radiators to flow, right? If it's broken, it might cause some problems and stuff, but still. How do you even find that out? You went to go turn on a radiator and then felt it wasn't hot? Are you kidding me? That's grim. Dude, this skin, the Morgana W, is beautiful. Like, oh my fucking god, it's gorgeous. No, leave me alone. Hello, Jaffe. How are you doing? Have you tried going mid? I will do that when I die. This is a funny... Listen here. Look, I finished Enter the Dragonfly. I get a pass, okay? They get told the tower blocks operate on the outside air temp, but they still reported in this weather and cause of laws we have to investigate. But honestly, that puts the fear of God into me. Like... just all the judgment. Could you imagine? Like, listen, I will auto attack you to death. I don't care. I'm not above auto attacking. Hello. I will die for the coins. Hello, Art. Thank you for the self-care check. How's it going? See, it's one of my biggest pet peeves in this game is when just because you are not an ADC does not mean you cannot auto-attack. Just because you are a caster does not mean that you cannot auto-attack. They say it's broken, it's because they haven't put credit on. I see, they forgot to top up. Hydration sachets for the goober. Oh, that's good. And did some really good stuff at work. Very productive, very proud of you. Please don't. You just... Oh, you fucking bastard. Fucker. He's dead though, right? Yeah, okay. I just didn't get level 7 before I died. Dude, this fucking name. Gothvex Milkers. Why? What are these... Crazy. Okay, yeah. Wonder boy. Auto-attacking with shit like an Evia feels awful. It doesn't matter. If you can do it, then do it, you know? What the fuck? Oh, shielded. Remember I said auto-attack? I don't have anything. Ah, what? I thought it was like over here! Uh-oh. I thought it was like over here! What the fuck was... Ooh. Ugh. You fucking kidding me? This works with my E. I'm not going ominous pact. That shit pisses me off. Mind bullets! That's telekinesis, Kyle. Fuck off, I freaking 2 HP! Victory, the Wonder Boy, and young Steven. Rigagoo, rigagoo. AC should be a human, right? Yep. I think even if it was a human right, it would still be expensive though. Leave me alone. Fuck. Now imagine I had Infernal Conduit, all of them would be dead, but I don't. So it is what it is. Oh! Easy. Here's the Storm feels the best when it comes to auto-attacking as a caster. I haven't played that game in ages. Mayhem has me by the balls. So... Oh, he's got from downtown. Wonder Boy. I've just realized I've been maxing E. And not W. Oops. Well, I've not been hitting anyone with my W's, so... No! Fuck! Does he have, like... I'm getting some good stacks with Phenomenal Evil, though. We're good. When they announced 5 new characters at BlizzCon this year. Didn't you say that they were going to do something last year at BlizzCon because it lined up with an anniversary and then they didn't do that? I'm going to press R. I'm going to win the game here. You ready? No, I'm not because... Please! Dude, Ezreal is doing so much damage! Deltarune. Dude, look, that Ezreal is fucking gassed, bro. He was wrong about Fortnite that one time. So true. You know what's crazy? That his spell shield blocks his spell. It doesn't block the burning though. Where's Mordekaiser? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm burning! I'm burning! Oh, thank you! No! Oh, Marksmade would have been insane if I had fucking... Wait, I actually don't know. If... No. I'm going Warlock's juice, but I need some fucking sustain, bro. I also need to stop fucking griefing my team. There's a dog going mental outside. It's just 10 years of HOTS. It'll be like, surprise. Yeah, alright, buddy. I think the heat is getting to your head. Dude, he's gonna ult me! I'm not upset though if he does. Oh. My husband is cheating on me. Oh, that was a lot. Look at all this money! 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 Yeah, fuck yeah. Money. Bloodborne will be this time. Yeah. Bloodbornium. Dude, how come every time I have to play against Brand, there is 73... How are these hitting me, by the way? There are like 73 fucking million prismatics, but when I play Brand, it's... What is this? I just got ulted by both of them! Yeah, that's fair enough. Is my passive giving me phenomenal evil stacks? Wait, is that why I have so many? I just thought it was good. Bloodborne 2 is a whole different war. Maybe. Dude, if it does eventually drop, it would be legendary though. Let's be real. Do I want to do this? That's not bad. No. That was the clumsiest flash I've ever done in my life. Actually, no, I've failed flash in worst before. We are worried. Oh, money. Udyr is Udyring. Whatever that means. But no, it would be fucking insanely hype. Bloodborne 2. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ow. Oh, look at his healing though. I've basically got a war mugs at this point. Why am I getting salted? I'm not even playing very good. Wait, I think this might be the first time I've seen an Udyr build fucking AD and never mind, just AD crit in a ARAM. Usually they go AP. Alright, is anyone level 15? Did they get their 4th? No. Do you think I can wait? Nah, I totally can't wait, can I? I'm gonna start building the Rylai's for when we get a silver, and I'm gonna get ice cold. Get out of here. Oh, money. The coins disappear so fast. I told you it's silver! It's fucking silver! Wait, I just predicted the future. I'm actually fucking... I don't know, I King Crimson that shit in. You built AD Udyr and went nuclear in your game? I don't remember the last time you played Udyr, I'm not gonna lie, Chief. Holy shit, he got fucking melted. Shift skill sniper? He does, probably. Bro! I have Juicebox. Juicebox is doing me well. Oh, what the fuck? That was an interaction. Did you see that? Leave me alone! Oh, I'm insane. Did you see that? Did you see those jukes? I'm gonna heal up all my health now. Bye-bye. Oh, you're... Come here. Okay. Ah! No! Shit! Okay, I don't want that. I want that. Where's my ice cold? Oh my god, I didn't get ice cold. Okay, never mind. Fuck my Rylai's, I guess. What do I buy, actually? Void stuff? Why the fuck not? No, I need to buy my Rylai's. I bought a fucking health thing. And we'll buy Rabadons. That's not how King Crimson works. Explain King Crimson to me right now. In 5 words or less, by the way. Holy fucking... Why am I sleeping? No! I wanted those coins! Even though it's his fucking... It's his augment. I'm doing a little bit of damage. I already did. Alright, buddy.
Give me all emotion.
No. Queen. No. No, I'm being ulted! Oh, Juice Box is insane! And the Lulu too. Thank you, Lulu. Let's go. Brand is so stupid. Brand is actually like my permaban for bot lane. And I'm not even making that up. Genuinely, Brand pissed me off so bad. I think I honestly Seth did so much fucking damage. I mean, I guess he kept ulting fucking Mordekaiser, but wow, that's insane. Okay, I got mogged. Alright, who is joining? Just leave it on open lobby. Oh gosh, you look so cute. Having a nice tea. He's pairing up this time. Put me in. Put you down. Ugh. Are the sheeple joining? Wow. Are we voice chatting? Oh, this is over here. When's the Jin skin coming out? Alright, McGordon, we need something a little bit... Something a bit pumpier. That's fine. What?
Hello.
Shut up. Alright, you ready?
What's wrong with you?
Lots of things. As above, so below, place your bets, which way the heads will roll. Imagery. Oh, your eyes, what a curious sight. 29 mythic juice. I could buy a on the 32nd. Thank you, Winter. Oh god. Please let me carry. Do you think they're gonna carry? Should we channel point fucking bet? Oh yeah, my main.
Do I want to...
What is this skin? Oh!
Oh, that's awesome.
Get that thing off your neck.
I'm gonna play Zeb.
Open up
like...
the weight, boys.
I feel like pulling my hair out first game. By picking Aatrox and going into 5 ranged. Like...
What are you waiting for? Is that the fucking second season gold icon?
I think so. Both of these guys are called Plopper.
Oh, they are. I wonder what their tags say. Thank you so much for the raid, Ray. You're gonna have to bear with me because if I go in to click anything on the loading screen, it'll break the game. So, small indie company, right? So you'll have to bear with me. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. This is now since I'm waiting for the loading screen, like it's gonna be the longest loading screen ever. $100%? Okay, right. Let me go over here and send you over to the raid video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! welcome raiders! Ray, thank you again so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. I hope you had a lovely time doing some art. Feel free to let us know what kind of art you got up to today. Or if you don't want to, that's fine as well. You should know by now. If you know, you just got done streaming and stuff, you might want to go get some rest, some food, some self-care. It's all good. So yeah, I am not getting anything from my E.
What?
What?
That doesn't sound right.
It's not working. Sorry. For anyone that is new here, hello, I'm Hell. I won't do too much yapping about myself because that's what the raid video is for. But today we are trying our best to stay cool. So I turned my brain off and we're playing some ARAM Mayhem. Yeah, look. No.
That's funny, honestly. Bug? Yeah, well, unlucky.
Aurelian still on Bride. Wait, so it doesn't even work.
What? Since when?
I am
has to be.
upset, I guess. What the
I
fuck?
played.
That's so what?
Fuck. This Nikki. This has
Phenomenal.
to be extremely recent though, because I've played shit like Morgana.
That's upsetting.
Mordekaiser.
Hello, Brad. If Timo is British, Tama, what the fuck are you saying? But just Art ended up making an animated character. Oh yeah, Art Fight is starting. I saw there was a lot of like issues with Art Fight though. People getting upset because they're not letting you use like 3D models and whatnot. Man, so for anyone that is not a League of Legends player, Timo has a passive. His E is a passive, and whenever you auto attack, you apply like a damage over time.
Just got pentakill.
And wait, I've generated 4 gold. Okay, whatever. So, yeah, sorry. Wait, if I buy like a Leandre's maybe? Combusting interest is that burns and damage over time is supposed to generate me money, but it's not working with Timo E for some reason. This case is it's like bugged or whatever. So okay, it does work with ult, I guess, but that still sucks. That still sucks quite a bit. I thought I was about to get a bunch of free money. You're talking about the Burning Urns gold? When we played Timo, I worked at... wait, it worked for you? Like on your E or your... Oh. You're not dealing much burn? Are you kidding me? But Brand does. Like, fucking easily. It works on Lilia as well. I just used my fucking... I'm upset, bro.
Understandable.
Damaging enemy champions with Toxic Shot heals you. Or I could just go Ocean Soul and get mana as well. I got 71 gold. I can buy a fucking health pot with my money. What a pain. It used to be a thing, right? People making 3D renders as attacks. Yeah, I don't know. It was just something I'd seen on Twitter, so I won't take it as, you know, gospel or anything. But thank you very much for the lurk. Enjoy your curry. Honestly, props to you for being able to make that during this heat.
Oh.
What was this fucking movement?
That guy's.
What is going on? Come here. What is this? Bro rushed a Thornmail.
I don't know, but he's got like
7
1,000 million tank engine stacks, and I don't like it.
I need to be saving my 131 gold. I can buy another fucking health pot. Man, this upset me so much. It's a gold fucking trait too.
Yeah.
Surely people have reported that this is just... It's supposed to be... I understand what you were saying, by the way, Brad, but it's at base, it's 2 gold plus percentage of damage dealt. So I should have received 2 gold per fucking tick, so...
Yeah.
And I've definitely done a lot more than 160 gold worth of... So it is bugged. Ah, it pissed me off.
Oh my god.
Man. Maybe if you buy an item, does that count? I'll try queuing someone. With the Leandres. Surrendered, bro.
Oh, I'm having fun. The only one on my team who's having fun, actually.
Oh, hi guys.
Let me cook, I can win.
There's 160. Well, he... Okay. Leandres does work. I think I fixed my issue.
Oh my god.
How many Tooth Fairy stacks do you have?
I'm about
32 lethality.
So I will have 9.
People just be building fucking anything, bro. Okay, we're getting gold now. I just used my fucking blind.
Gamble.
Me too. Oh, I got Fey Magic!
No, I'm different gambling.
Take off.
Sea of Thieves movie? What?
What?
They're just gonna be showing how they keep missing the mark, is that it?
The Rock is Captain Flameheart.
No, The Rock. No, because he doesn't lose, right? The Rock is actually fucking the pirate legend guy.
Oh, the Pirate Lord. Can't reach that guy. Need some haste.
He's stalling the game. You have 10. The guy who is making Shang-Chi and Spider-Man 4 is gonna direct it, I see.
I got
Girl,
Jewel
what are you doing?
Gauntlet last, that would be sick.
I need fucking haste, bro. I want to spam shrooms.
Oh my god.
682 gold. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It's not the wastest of wasting now, but it's still fucking annoying. Single word I said. What did you get on your gamble? Oh, you're... 52 lethality? How much total lethality do you have?
84 and 35% armor pen.
Fucking Christ.
So the non-tanks are actually just 2 damage, I guess. They're dying. Oh,
I just used my blind! There's something wrong with me. I need to just save it for Twitch. That's my only job. What is this Twitch skin?
it's the
It's Ice
Christmas
King, it's just pink. Sea of Thieves movie is crazy though. Ooh. Oh no, they're gonna get the inhib! I'm gonna useless! Yeah!
Okay, calm down.
Our last dog win is a gold.
Gold, yeah. What? Fucking Malphite. Wanna be dead?
Oh dear.
Well, unfortunately.
I got griefed, I'm sorry. And I did some griefing too. Also, everyone is... Our 2 ADCs are allergic to Bork. What's this 7 million health Malphite? I don't know what Bork even is, bro.
It's alright, I got it. Toof. Toof. Oh my god, the fucking traps.
Did Goat carry, or he is doing the best?
I'm trying.
I mean, I'm playing fucking Teemo. Teemo used to be fine when they didn't have this with the minions, and you just had to buy Oracle Extract because people wouldn't buy it. So I use my blind. No, they're gonna take my shrooms. Saving a blind. Oh, no one blocked that for her either. I blind him. I think he died before my blind hit though. Girl is doing no damage. Lead him to the shrooms! Hell yeah, brother. Country roads. I have now acclimatized as much gold as a brand would if he pressed E once during the game. Let's go. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Hello, Day. How's it going? I give it a 340 stream streak. Holy shit. I hear a voice, and how she calls me. Radio reminds me of my home far away. I get
Believe
it. I should have been home yesterday. This is the best I can do. Fucking. Oh, and mama. Baby, oh. Ow! Oh my god. You're disgusting.
Go.
You're fucking disgusting. Do you have like... Why did you heal? Why am I dead?
Oh,
I
I
wasn't
got
paying attention.
I got a prismatic anvil for Omnivamp,
Oh, I see.
so now I can heal like an idiot without having any items that heal me.
That's crazy. Thank you for the lyric there. Appreciate it. Work is going well. Thanks for the self-care check, Hannah.
No, my fucking shadow just ran out.
Jesus fucking Christ, for legality. Wait, you have upgrade collector too? Oh my
Yes.
god. That's grim. Hello, Dusk. How's it going? Alright, you gotta carry though. I'm gonna just start shifting out shrooms where I can. Who just solo ulted you?
Lilia solo ulted me.
Oh yes, it's money. Oi! Sleep schedule's messed up. Oh, no, that's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm coming. I'm not coming anymore. Oh, they hurt. Dude, she is fucking spitting these. Oh, she got Eureka. Ooh. How many fucking tank engine stacks does he have?
Many.
Okay. Caleb bought a Bloodthirster! Sorry. It's not that deep. But it is. Because why? Where is your Bork, bro? Careful, there's like niddly traps like here.
You know.
Oh, there's a Malphite in that bush too.
Ow. I might be dead. All dead. 134. No, she's so low. Fuck.
Wait, okay, both ADCs saw fucking 10 million health, Tahm Kench, and Malphite, and said, yeah, I'm gonna build a Bloodthirster.
I have 40% Omnivamp now.
Oh. Ow! Oh, I have 4K. Okay, alright, what am I buying? Haste, please. I just want to spit out shrooms for the polymorph.
Oh my god.
What?
The damage I am doing to
Oh.
this Malphite. Well, I have mats on my side.
Tooth Fairy is a golden fucking augment, by the way.
It's so broken. It's so ridiculous. This is unbalanced. It's the most insane augment ever.
Wow.
The augment just says win the game, basically.
I need Giant Slayer. This is not even... We're just gonna fucking shroom it all up. Shrooms. Shrooms. Do I have a maximum number that I can put down? I don't think so, right? Dude, I'm fucking hard nerfed, by the way.
He died to that. Oh my god.
Wow, if only we could deal with this really high health fucking monster. Alright, I'm out of here, bro.
Well, I've got great news. I got even more Omniband.
26
much?
months of Crow and
60%.
60% Omnivan? You're actually just fucking stat maxing at this point, bro.
I'm
Snowy! Thank you for the 2-1 resub. Happy 26 months. How's it going?
provided.
Here's
I don't
Hubris
miss-
stacks. Wait, how many do you have?
I have
71.
Provided I don't int everything like an idiot. I can just.
I'm doing damage too.
You are. And the polymorph is really helpful, but.
Oh, she ulted me.
Target marked. Exemplary.
His collector probably made more than your gold dog. Yeah, no, it's stagnated a wee bit now because. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's problematic.
And you still have ult, by the way. Twitch is not going near you.
Doesn't want to. Look at that healing!
Oh my god! Holy shit,
No.
bro! You have 27 anvils too. Oh my fucking god. I didn't mean to go that. Holy shit.
It's fucking hilarious.
Oh my lord, you're disgusting. Hello, Sinister. How's it going?
He has no business winning this game. After like how it started.
That's grim.
I have 200 lethality and 50% armor buff.
I don't deserve this win, but I deserve this win actually, because I got griefed by Riot. So bad game, well played. Broken Zed abuser reported bad. Holy shit!
41 kills.
Holy fuck! You know, I actually didn't do any damage. That's depressing. 156,000 damage. Yeah, wait, I got 4 honors though. I got 4 honors. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. You joining, Brad? You coming to fucking balance out the fact that Goat is in my lobby? They hate us. Oh, the misery. Huh?
What a game.
What a game indeed.
I'm afraid it can only go downhill from here. for me.
Let's say that. I'm gonna get my Thanos game too.
Yo,
Oh, hello.
guys, don't worry. I'm here
What's
to carry.
this microphone? Are you the other
What?
side of your
What?
fucking
Oh, I'm on mine.
bedroom?
Never
Like,
mind. Give me a sec.
Using as a webcam mic.
do you want Aatrox?
Is that better?
No, I want these.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, yeah, I had to buy webcam and it'll fit detected.
Okay, you know that makes sense. That was crazy. I was not gonna tell you. I was gonna
No,
be like, you know what,
listen
be
now.
nice.
Oh, Mike. You
I was
didn't
gonna
say
be nice.
please.
I was gonna be
I
nice.
want
I was gonna be like, oh no,
use-
it's just his microphone. That's how it is. But no, that was
I want
actually
these
the wrong mic.
footballs.
I was about to
Football.
insect like crazy. Okay, I guess I have to go my main.
Oh,
I'm an Aatrox demon.
You're about to get some incredible psychic tumor into your brain watching this gameplay. Yeah, it was
Sometimes
actually the
abilities do.
webcam mic.
football.
All I'm doing is I'm just praying that we don't get fucking EU Masters Timmy, you know?
I mean, look at the Rora.
Masters in fucking 2026? Yeah, no, that doesn't mean anything, bro.
True.
You are Pistler if you're not
Masters is
Challenger
easier than
fucking
Emerald.
4000 LP, so...
No, that's true. We need to stop this rank inflation.
We'll need to start the Cuphead inflation instead.
I can't say that word
Why
without
is
thinking
this
of that.
still a
stupid-
thing? What is? Why do you have
So
to
for a
go
little bit
now?
of context, there's a time where I was browsing Skeb, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I was just browsing Skeb. That's how that happened.
When
It
you find
became
the
a
video,
bit.
I'll put it in the Discord.
Oh lord. Dude, their team is fucking dirty.
Coach, you have more mastery points on Lee Sin than my highest mastery point. You need to get a grip, man.
Really?
Yeah. My highest is mastery 9. Actually, no, I think it just got to 10.
I feel like I haven't played that much for these.
That's a volley bear player. That is $500,000 on him.
If you have over 100,000 mastery points on someone, you need to get a grip. And I mean that.
Oh, dude,
I have that on like fucking 15. I played this game for like fucking 10 years. It's been more than that now. I've been saying 10 years since like the fucking 10-year
For like the
anniversary.
last 5 years.
I don't know if you were around, but like when the Mastery first came out, level 5 was the max.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
know.
I played Vince.
I was talking to Brad.
When did I play? I think 2019? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I'm an OG. What can I say? Really paved the way. To think I was a Garen main.
Are we waiting on your
Then I
computer
evolved.
to load into the game or
My
what?
PC is better than yours.
88% No, it is
My
fucking
PC
not.
is
Drop
better
the
than
specs.
yours.
Drop the specs.
5080, 9800 X3D.
Where'd you steal that from?
I have a job. Sorry, a J word. A J word.
You just.
Oh my god.
We
You
can
just-
ban him.
You're bad. You're bad.
the stream, yeah,
Stream down.
you got a little too emotional and now you're gonna have
Yeah.
to suffer.
That's my fault, guys. My fault. You know, but who is it?
Okay,
It's
well,
like
here's the
two
thing.
people, right? Because it's 88%.
It's 88%. It's at
It's the
least
Scion? It's the Scion and the stupid Aatrox.
Wait a minute.
Wait a
Hey.
second.
It's definitely the Scion. It's Draven. No, it's Scion Draven.
You're getting low shedded.
I'm not. So how do I get out of like silver up at the top? It's kind of embarrassing.
You have to probably play Summoner's Rift.
I mean,
What?
it's patch next
Because
month.
For the
Is it A rank patch
challenge-
again?
No.
Oh, I thought it was Aaron Class for 2 weeks.
No, they changed it.
Oh.
It's MSI Cup. I think that's just.
Okay, we're not waiting on me.
You sure? Who is it moving?
They didn't connect. I'm pretty sure we didn't go to 100%.
Nope. Who is it moving?
Well, seeing as I think. No, I think all.
Back in the day, you used to be able to tell who didn't connect because it would be in the center of the fucking circle.
Is this the player? Yeah.
A shopkeeper. My time in the King Cruise did not prepare me for this.
Okay, so it's Gwen. Gwen in this. No, Gwen is here. Shaco? No, Shaco's here.
If it's 2 people, it's Cogmore and Aurora.
Yeah. Maybe some demon.
Actually, it's just fucking Lisa and he's still in base, bro.
What's wrong with this guy? He's stacking.
Football.
Oh my god.
Ankara Messi. Wait, how is Croatia doing in the World Cup?
We lost to England 4-2.
Ooh.
It was a pretty good game though.
Yeah, but
Because they got a fucking 50-year-old on the football pitch. I was fucking. As my
Everyone's here.
therapy session today. Yeah, no, Aurora is. No, she's here now. When we were talking about the football, and they're asking like if I watched it and stuff like that, and she name dropped the one guy that's like really old in the Croatian fucking squad.
Yeah.
He was probably the
I
goat
was like,
though.
damn.
He is.
No, apparently the goalkeeper.
He's the
was
equivalent of you
fucking
playing League.
guy.
Let me read what my abilities do.
Dude,
Can you learn him how
Well,
to
my
play
God, my-
Aatrox?
learn
My
him.
W does 67
Yeah.
damage.
I'm not
I
here to
can't-
learn you how to play Xin Zhao.
I can't learn this guy anything.
Yeah, you learn from. Probably top 5 to ever touch this game.
I got the res.
Did he just flash that fucking teleport? Oh, you're in your bud.
How about that?
I lied. Blech. But it stacks though. How many bonus can I get? Does it tell you how many levels you can get?
It's like you can have a maximum of 6 projectiles, I think.
Like 6 to 7 maybe?
You need to get help. You need to get help. That's what you need to do.
Oh, watch out.
God, he fucking wants me, bro. No! No! Kick him away! Kick it!
What do you mean kick him away? He's fucking...
That's pretty self-explanatory.
He's on the other side of the fucking world. And if I kick
Oh,
him
you just
away...
missed your fucking cue. Okay. Ooh. Oh! Oh, shit. We got another prismatic.
Okay. That's good.
I'm about to become
I
a god, maybe.
almost
Eureka!
flashed. You ain't that cute at me.
I'm probably gonna need a fucking tier or two. I'm done with. Wait, sorry, how many do I need to hit? 41.
Like,
Just fucking ult for the sake of ulting at this point. Or do I still get... I don't get quest things for when he's dead.
I kinda hope it's full prismatic.
I had that on a fucking Twitch game once. It was so sad. I didn't want a fucking full prismatic game when I was on Twitch.
Why not?
What the fuck? That was insta-cat. He was spamming that. Hey guys, look at my haste.
Why?
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Did you know in the Beast of Gavadon they are singing about me?
Are they talking about elves? No, wait, no, gnomes.
What?
Please.
Yeah, but they singing about gnomes. I don't know why I thought of elves.
What is their rail cooking up? Listen. Sound.
Yeah.
And the Beast of Gavadon.
Don't hit me. That was very close.
Oh, there's a sign on that bush. I was like, why'd I
So
stop?
there is.
I want from downtown. So
Just
if we could
need.
get the gold, then grow up.
Just
What are you doing?
Need.
Jeweled Gauntlet, Triggered Inferno.
That's
Those are your
called,
two
huh?
best.
Yeah. Sorry, your Eureka's done no damage.
What?
Exactly. Oh, that's my teammate. Oopsie.
The second time you tried to kill me.
I saw a free coming through the portal. It's not my fault.
That's crazy.
Ah,
Shit.
oh, it is gold.
Feast on your
Ooh, ethereal weapon. Oh, magic missile. Okay, what about magic missile? I didn't get from downtown, but that's okay.
They're dead.
Fire in the sun. Beast of Gavadon.
defending Koshin.
He
I
got
was trying to think
Scopius
why
weapons
was
and
recommending me
dual
Spear of
wield.
Surgeon. This isn't TF.
Wait, are you still listening to this old man's rambling? Get back to fighting.
Oh, it leveled up. Mwah!
They want you dead.
Yeah,
Again.
honestly, I don't blame them. Mel is a fucking disgusting champion. Oh, I did get the quest thing. 118! Holy shits. Mamma mia. I've been very lax about using my W, honestly. It's only 20-second cooldown, it's not so bad now, I suppose.
I see your spirit.
I gave it up, because it tells me how to see Oh yeah, there's a new hat, I don't know if you've seen it. Sion is wearing it. It's a crown, you get it on the pass.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember seeing that.
And Diablo.
Oh, bad news.
What?
Yeah.
I think I'll just go dropkick.
Eh.
And tank engine.
Oh. You would.
I just pressed tab, oops.
He's got the other augment next. Be Heartsteel.
No.
Oh god. What's he at right now? 18%.
I'm ultra dead. I'm super dead. Yep. That's looking bad. I'm not doing shit, honestly.
Football though,
Yeah,
right?
we're doing bad.
Yeah. I need.
I just need my bulk, and then I win the game.
Yeah. I think I want to build one as well. honestly.
He's gonna fucking drop kick me! No! Ugh. Okay. Alright, this isn't the worst.
I'm gonna kill this thing.
Hello, Christine. How's it going? Valve announced Steam machine prices 1k USD is minimum for 512. Oh, right. Yeah, that's probably really expensive just because of the memory, eh? I was wondering what you were saying, fuck AI, then I was like, oh my god, I hope they're not using it. Found
I mean, Dave uses AI, just look
$57,000
at
you didn't know you had? That's probably really fucking helpful. Make sure you buy yourself a little sweet
It's
treat.
just like the back pocket, you know?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that doesn't.
Oh, like I was doing damage until I wasn't.
Far greater than your life.
I tried to walk out of the Aurora ult and it just
I still don't even know what Aurora ult does.
I
just ignore
this fucking shared goal that kills you, honestly, that's all you need to know.
Oh.
Although, I'm getting drop kicked. I'm not. Never mind, I did. Ugh. Ugh.
Football!
You missed your football.
I did.
And you just lost the penalty. Wish I could like standing there for a selfie or what?
Yeah.
Oh, glitch, no
Get
wonder.
like Eureka or something. Instead of recursion. Ah, right. That's it. That'll do it.
Why is she healing so much? From what?
No, I got the timing on this. Oh, no, I got-
Her passive and
Oh.
the Warlock Cube box.
It's in a retirement account, so I can't just spend it. However, it's hella useful. I can take a loan out against myself at like 7%
Wait, I
interest.
flashed this.
Use it all to pay off my credit card debt,
I should
which
not
eliminates
flash
$1,000 in monthly. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm super happy for you. Don't worry. I'm manifesting it for everyone.
Where's the healing?
Oh, he's at 30%.
Fuck. He's gonna get you.
Okay, look, you wanna die. I can get my bulk. And I double tap the ball. Then I
I'm okay, thank you for asking.
Compassion does not beget weakness.
Oh shit. Okay, right. Okay.
So slippery!
There is. Oh,
Consumed.
away.
Man, and I'm like so strong this game. I'm not as good as Goat though, I can't fucking carry.
Okay, well, you don't have Tooth Fairy. And
Could you imagine if I did?
yeah, you had Tooth Fairy and the Anvils. A different story. But the problem is that the Scion has Anvils as well. That's worth nothing. I just realized it's got 60% tenacity, 30% bonus health.
Oh. I'm dead.
Dude, he fucking turned back into Scion because he's got 60% tenacity before my fucking kick ended.
Oh, he's just full health. Holy shit. Man, I fumbled this so hard.
All together now.
They just have 2 health stackers.
Thank you,
Chris, I will start losing
kittens.
when I join.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me take a look at your score and your damage real quick.
Oh, but
Don't
look at
repeat the
mine.
healing though.
He's got way more.
Okay, 715.
Sorry, look at the support Lee Sin.
Okay, yeah, I got really. Your damage is not.
But I can't deal damage to my fucking. What do I do against the Scion?
You killed him.
I can't. With what? Fucking football?
Yes, if you landed it, maybe.
Wait, no, I'm actually a Zaya main.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Name one sire ability.
He's speaking Yasuo.
Blade Call. That's Zaya E,
What
no?
happened to being a Zaya main, bro?
Well, I saw my goat. Yo, who picking Cho'Gath?
I'll pick him up.
No.
then.
Thank you.
I'm fucking picking Cho'Gath. I'm making Malphite. That's cooler. It looks better.
Yeah, but Cho'Gath, you can get like Stackosaurus, Heartsteel, Dropkick.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I haven't seen
saw him in-
Stackosaurus once. I keep getting
I saw it when
fucking
someone had Hubris.
skilled sniper and from downtown is just constantly pushed on my fucking TL.
Sorry, did you say your TL?
Yeah, I got 2 fairy.
Wait, me too.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't know why I decided to lie.
I don't think it's going to. I'm going to get as many stacks as a Zed might, but
There is only death. My
I don't like.
Guys, when I was out today, I smelled quite possibly what might have been the most foul smell in my entire life.
You smell a mirror?
Remember, it might be
Sorry. Continue.
might be harder to do things when it's warm, but please remember to fucking shower.
That was close.
Wow.
Who's in the bush? Pantheon?
Yep, hit Pantheon in there.
Oh! Fucking FNAF jump
scare.
scare. Holy shit.
Or
One of the people hadn't shared it. No, it was rough. It was these two guys walked by me, and this smell was so bad it lingered for a good like fucking 2 minutes afterwards, and I was just like, oh, that's not good.
amazing.
Yeah.
That was
Someone
Aura.
in uni that doesn't use deodorants in summer, like. So I need to be, you know, very empathetic and understanding. For some people, it might be hard to. They might be allergic to like deodorants and stuff like that. Like, they, you know, they might not be in a position where they're freely able to shower. I'm aware that these things happen, but Jesus, it was so fucking horrible. He uses it in winter? What? That's so stupid. What?
I got you.
Do the teeth last forever?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You
It's
don't
just, like,
lose
fucking
them. You don't.
under their
anything.
tower.
That's kind of crazy.
I swear to God, when they originally got like pitched on PB, that you lost them on death or something like that.
That makes sense, because then it's along with the other ones.
God, I hate the fairy.
No.
Oh. Oh.
You know, I panicked here. Okay, I'm just pony stun for fun. Oh, Bronchi.
It's like the more teeth you get, the more teeth you'll be able to get, which is crazy too.
Yes, that's the thing. It's just snowballing. Oh.
You don't see a category? Yeah, because I don't have a category when I play League and Overwatch, or games that are like that. The people that it attracts is not worth it.
Is this plant gonna spawn?
No.
Any day now.
Dude, you have to be like very close to that tooth.
Dramatic.
Do you think Infinite Recursion is better or Eureka?
I'll create something beautiful.
Might not. Or probably. I mean, Infinite Recursion will eventually have even more value. balls.
They're starting to PMO.
Another tooth. Dobby has given Master a tooth. Dude, fuck Neferi.
Real.
What a stupid hero, champion.
Oh! Stevie Wonder.
That's insane.
Okay, can you hit him on? He's ulting in.
Uh-oh.
Bro.
Please.
She's invisible, bro. What do you want me to do? Bro, fuck off! What is this? She got transmuted glass cannon. Is this kind of useless on Vayne since you do true damage anyway? I always thought about this, you know, like little things like that.
So
like,
much damage.
you know, with Vel'Kar's passive, is there any point in building things like fucking void stuff? Because you just do true damage anyway if you're good enough.
If you're good enough.
Yeah, but your other abilities still.
I wasn't good enough
I
for a
think
tooth,
it's-
apparently.
It's situational. Like, I don't think you always buy Vel'Kos. Some voice stuff on Vel'Kos, but they're better in these situations. Anyways, I'm looking for an ult, Mr. Yasuo. You just died.
Imagine if I was alive there. That would have been
Yeah.
crazy.
That
That
would
would have
have
been the craziest
Like,
thing
reimagining
ever.
right now?
I'd
Yeah,
literally
she probably
like the
stop running
president.
down.
My sister's
President
doing her thing.
of
She
the
becomes
world.
easy to compare to season 4 Avatar Azula.
Yeah,
Wait, what
actually.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, no more funny business. Okay, go. We need to lock in.
Yes, I agree.
Go away! What a pain. You son, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your
What's your
stay.
cooldown?
60 seconds.
Well, 60 set.
Go break me down. Get it? Because it's like 60 seconds to Mars. Why me? Fuck off! That wasn't enough for a tooth? I'm going to become the Joker.
No.
My eggs are good? I don't have any eggs. Oh wait, there's a tooth in that bush.
Lunara is screaming.
See, I do things like this where I go these augments and I just grief because I'm trying to get as many stacks for the augments as
I
possible.
didn't see that. Didn't see that.
No.
Dude, I'm lagging so bad.
She wants me to apologize to her girlfriend for being mean. I've literally never talked to him. What?
You're fucking out of your mind.
Bro! What
know
is
what that
this
stupid
fucking
dog does.
fanboy behavior?
Okay, Malphite ult. Sick.
What did I do to this Pantheon? I did not know the quality of your eggs. I hope they're good. I don't have any eggs.
I hate that.
I have to kill her.
Okay, we both flash ult.
I don't. I
three.
just used ult
Oh,
Why is she so
under
fast?
the theory, so we don't die.
Hey, Vayne even gave you a push.
no, Vayne didn't.
She
It's all
eat
Vayne's
you.
fault. Yeah.
No. I'm scared to ult. Fuck it.
Where's Pantheon? Man, he wasn't on you.
Oh no. Fuck off, bro. fucking snowball triggers that?
Lordy feet, bloodstains.
I just got baited.
Killing people is a bad habit.
Right.
Is your ult?
It's 20 seconds, but I've got fun ability. 17 now. Should I hit things, but there's nothing. Let me Windwall Pantheon ult. Oh, he's dead. Ult's up.
Alright, it's time to go big.
Yeah. This is what we've been waiting for. I'm spamming ult.
The fucking solo on the vein is crazy.
Quite flash.
So we got tower from that.
Oh, there's a tooth there. Don't worry, she'll.
Yeah?
I was just say, don't worry, Nara, because his Pantheon's gonna focus me, so you'll be free to auto attack. But
I need.
I'm suffering.
Me too. But like low keyly.
Jeff Keighley.
Jeff Keighley. You just died.
I'm bewildered.
I almost died.
I get a tooth for that.
Oh, well, never mind. Nice knowing you.
What the where did why am I'm pressing W and the W is not going off? It's crazy.
Yeah, same.
My combo there was EW Q. What is this?
Yeah, now they thought they'd get me. Oh, I'm fleeing. Funny.
You're fleeing.
Yeah, I was made to flee. I don't know by what ability, but I was fleeing. Help.
Right, as soon as I'm able to move, I'm going.
Another tooth.
This guy doesn't have flash. Got his ass.
Oh,
From him.
yeah.
Another tooth.
Wait. Oh.
Don't worry. Oh, never mind.
It's over.
Ow.
I'm here.
You get out.
Yeah.
Just get out.
Yeah. But what is this?
Holy shit.
I don't have music playing. Let me put on the pop-up song really quick.
You don't have music playing?
I do now. Okay, this is already the pop-up song I was thinking.
Just survive for like 5 seconds.
That's my fault. My fault.
I didn't even. My ult didn't even knock them up.
Okay, don't worry, guys. I'm almost back.
Would you like to join my expedition?
Surrender scaling.
Yep.
Yeah, I have 32 magic pen.
And pen
Couple
for
more
sure.
and it'll be a void staff basically. Oh,
Well,
sick.
paid for that.
She was dealt with.
I see. Look at my clarinets!
Ow,
How was the
ow.
fish? This dead horse is this thing. Feeding this dead horse is exhausting. Don't worry, guys. I got ult. I'm gonna bait out the fucking Pantheon ult.
Yeah.
I got 15 seconds on my
Ow. Ow. Is he jumping you or?
No.
They know we know. Why is he on me?
Go!
Well,
We got Morgana. I ulted. I'm
You did.
surprised I managed to get it off.
yeah,
that
no, that
looks
was
like we were back on the
literally
floor,
fucking 700 business days.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God I'm not spawning first.
You know I got this, no?
Yeah.
Anti.
Oh, okay, no, it's not even me. Okay, alright, that's fine. Whew. Should I ticket the Yasuo?
The
Okay, me.
Yasuo tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yasuo-
did more
I'm sure
damage
the
than I
Yasuo
thought I
was
was doing.
None but my wind wall, you know? Like, it was providing utility.
Hmm.
5 stack. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
everyone's
he got-
feeling the
Sorry,
everyone's
there's
feeling
two
the league
sheep.
today. Yeah,
Yeah, there's the sheep.
Oh,
One of the sheep.
they haven't they didn't get the memo.
which sheep is
Yeah.
better?
The one on the left, the one that doesn't have the G2 icon. I think.
Interesting.
Alright, who wants the hen? Wait, I don't even have to pick this for a fucking 5 stack.
Yeah.
You sorry, did you want sorry, here you go. Oh wait, no, it's not me with Soraka. I thought I picked Soraka. Sorry, I was
Yeah, I'm
confused. I was like, wait, you want Soraka? I was like, okay, here you go.
Literally Soraka, man.
Right. I already know I'm gonna imp my ass off this game. I never get a good
I know I'm
Samira game
gonna do
in.
more damage this game than last game.
If you get it, you need to go Spirit Bomb. Spirit Bomb is fucking OP. I love Spirit Bomb.
Everyone in this game has mastery except for Smolder. That's how you know we're in high elo now.
Oh wait, no, the Heartsteel Kane is a fucking Yapple game. Oh no, it's a
That's
Yapper
that 10
skin.
TFT right there.
Helping.
Dude, everyone but no, everyone on our team has been in the TFT set. Little fun fact, you know, for those listening.
Hasn't like every champion been in the TFT set by now?
Like their skins, I mean.
Alright.
Like Volcanic Wukong, nah. That's about it. Actually, no, it's base Smolder. I don't think. No, he has. Now who's loading?
I don't know.
I think it's one of the sheep. Maybe both of the sheep.
No, that doesn't sound right.
It's the G2 sheep. I can smell it.
Okay, right. It has to be you, Brad.
We insta-loaded last game.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Old age is catching up to you.
A lot of things.
I can't believe there's a live action Sea of Thieves fucking...
No, but Jack Black, Kevin Hart, The Rock.
How
Plus one.
Here's what are they?
Unironically,
even-
isn't that like the cast for Jumanji?
Yeah.
Thanks for the self-catch, Hannah. What do you mean live
What are
action
they-
Sea of Thieves? Oh, you weren't listening earlier? There's a live action Sea of Thieves in the works movie.
What are they gonna make it about?
Pirates?
Probably fucking
Sailing the
Flameheart
seas.
versus... What's his face? Pirate Chungus.
Wait, is
Bell-
this the strongest augment in the game?
This could be interesting, I guess.
Take no
Yeah, early levels, your W actually heals you.
What's this?
I was about to do something crazy.
It's all right if you don't like me.
Say, add me to talk later, and then put go to Discord.
What the fuck?
Wait, wait,
I
wait.
didn't!
I missed a freaking deep diving
Samir's getting jumped. I can. It's gonna happen.
No, I'm giving them money.
You can't give them money, you don't have gold. Oh, now you're getting gold.
Oops.
Oh, that's cool.
Ow, ow, ow. 13.
I used to be so fucking good on this hero champion. Fucking goddamn. And I call them champions in Overwatch. Oh. Oh, she has that.
every girl. There is a queen.
I'm fucking washed, bro. Oh, there's like fucking 7 turrets in that bush.
You guys, can you stay low HP? I can like move speed.
It's crazy how you're mixing them up. Yeah, no, and ironically, it's because I'm trying not to. Because you're trying not to, you know, it makes you do it. Why'd the fucking turret just target me all of a sudden?
Hold it too.
I never go out of style.
Soon I will have 6. They haven't got too much they
Okay,
can
which
stop me
penta?
with 6.
Oh.
I don't have res. And I only just got my ult up, unfortunately. You say washed?
How would I say that?
Yeah, why would you say that?
Sick.
The Chungus champ anyway. What happens if you get the prismatic augment, which gives you your ult?
Wait, what? Oh,
Well, it's-
you're talking about him. His he probably gets 2 reses, and it will probably start off with the augment and then the passive. I'm assuming. Not your whatever,
talking
your
about
passive,
you.
and then
Oh, but he's not
Whatever,
talking about- but no, he's not talking about me.
I'm talking about you!
wait, me? Oh, it will probably go at the same time. I think it will play independently. Sorry, I was trying to kill things.
Wait, Circle of Death sucks on Soraka, I'm pretty sure. Wait, do I go glass cannon?
I chose this life.
What?
But till then, I'm
My fault.
unstoppable. You're gonna need it.
I was gonna give her money.
Awesome. Ooh.
Money buys a gun.
Are you just fucking? Who are you eating there?
I'm giving you armor!
No.
Uh.
Fucking E, bro. I could have blocked that, honestly. I just so washed.
Someone has to.
I fucked up my combo. Wait, who has? Oh, Wukong has Right of Ascension. Sick.
Luca, guys, gals, and other pals.
And
Oh, they have-
Sandra has Wooglet.
Yeah, they have 2 ults at one time.
She's dead, right? Yeah.
Dead. Who got me with some heals? Let me use my W to heal myself.
I think it might be a little bit late in the game now. Oh no, it still does. It still does. She got like 10 health.
But that Lysandra is annoying.
Just wait till she starts wooging.
I don't want to.
Fucking root, bro. I need a QSS. Or I need to wait until
Okay,
she
can you
uses it, I
stop dying so
suppose.
Can I come in?
I should go Wooglets too.
Another prismatic?
Wait, really?
That looks like it.
Oh, maybe I could get it. That would be cool, eh? The Steam machine just dropped? Yeah, people are saying it's like 1k USD.
Youch.
Damn, the Wukong clone just got rooted like crazy.
Sick.
I'm dead.
Ooh. Final form or Blade Waltz? I'm pretty sure I can cast Blade Waltz and ult, right? Because it might disrupt it. I'm gonna go Final Form.
Ow.
Didn't even read what I got.
Are you fucking kidding me? She just... Okay, she ulted me. She just fucking ult. I need a QSS. I said that before. I'm gonna buy it after this. Okay.
Idiot.
Ow! Holy shits. Alright, QSS acquired. I need to remember to use it. Spency? Yeah. Probably, as Trashcan said before, it's probably because of the memory. Hi, Ghost. Can we be a bit more careful, please? Thank you, honey.
Die young.
Oh, wait.
You're on it. Oh.
This guy, get away from me!
Fuck.
It's pretty crazy.
Guys, don't worry. I executed 3% health.
That's impressive.
Look at my augment icons.
Just ultimate.
Yeah. Honestly, QSS is not actually a bad item for me here. Sorry, the Mercurial Scimitar. If Ram was in the way it would, it'd be a few hundred less. Yeah, exactly.
And now my XU went up to 10% now.
I'm the rose that survived the desert.
What's going on?
I just hear the death sound.
I got some pretty nasty augments on Samira.
Yeah, it's got some crazy augments. Look at my healing. 135?
Just killing this game.
Wait.
I slay.
You have 2 killed with your fucking Empowered by the Faithful, but you only have 1 kill.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Don't worry about that.
What? Wait.
Don't worry about that.
Hang on a
Does it
second.
maybe count the Wukong clone if that somehow
It
happens?
just counts if they die.
It could
if they get
be.
hit by it.
Colors a bit dark.
No, I don't think so. You would have
Well-
more than.
No. I only have hit those. Like, if my thing hits it, it's like a giant explosion.
I thought because it has an
Not like a-
execute.
See, did you see that thing? Look, it's gone up to 3 now.
Yeah, because you got another kill.
Oh, wait, I killed? How?
I'm assuming with the execute.
There was
Happened
no
on my
need for me to
screen,
do
I know
that.
much.
No, that was like personal.
It's open Loki buns.
No, I couldn't get the Q off.
Oh,
More rockets.
wow, you're some sort of Dr. Heimer wiener. Is that funny? I'm gonna buy the most broken item in the game now.
Heartsteel. Death Stance.
Malphite Morpheus.
You're buying a more? Why? What
Might
do
as
you
well
mean
get
might
up
as
here.
well? On
Get a lot
God,
of AP
on
on my
God, get
fucking
a-
pass.
buy a fucking Wit's End.
That's genuinely the worst item in the game.
Ah,
Wit's End is
there's no
literally the
way.
strongest item in the game.
Like, Wit's End is so bad.
Everyone has fucking Sonya's! What is this?
There's like 10 rubles.
Holy shit. Oh, I got a Quadra. Cool. Hello, Steven. How's it going? Honestly, fuck knows.
Precious. Your life is
They're not in the game.
Shut
You're
the
s-
fuck up, Brad.
We don't know
What?
you.
I'm glad you're doing
Anyone
well. Your tears don't fall and crash around me.
I think they
Our
forgot to give me my ass.
conscience calls the guilty to come home.
Okay, good. I did less damage on Soraka.
Hear no screaming. The vision left inside me is slowly fading. Would she hear me? If I called her name, would she hold me? If she knew my shame. The path that walks in the wrong direction.
You can imagine
Direction.
Tooth Fairy on Gangplank.
Whoa.
Could you imagine Tooth Fairy on...
no one fights alone.
I don't care.
Ah.
The guilty to come home.
If we just kill them before they kill us, we win.
Crash around me. I kind of get
Not
your
necessarily.
opinion with Pike because I have the same opinion on Senna.
What?
I like base Senna more than her skins.
Oh.
Ghost. Alright, you're moving. You're banned. You can't be moving my
you're
monitor
kicked out.
like that, honey. Shaco's name, what the fuck?
This team is demonic.
Rise, Nunu, Graga, Shaco, Nyla. Nyla has a Coven skin? Why?
Why not?
Why not?
She doesn't deserve it.
Who deserves a Coven skin? Coven?
Jin.
No. Jin players deserve nothing. They have that wretched High Noon skin.
That's why they deserve the Coven skin. I love the Coven skin. Ah.
Strongest augment in the game or no?
I love you. Relate with you. Ba ba dum bum 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 boom. I don't want any of
Okay,
these.
With my
Ooh.
ult, do I attack further than 700 range? Good.
Further than 700, I'm pretty sure you do, yeah.
The
Yeah.
guilty. Why are we playing into this team when they got Rengar? Oh yeah, Graga, Shaco. Oh, bro. It
Went
is
from downtown. That this can't.
No. I ult, and then it just, like, you see the vision, no? If it doesn't work, I'm mad at you.
I'm not running from them anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Wait, how
if
far
it's
is
gonna work.
700?
It has your range. As long as you step out of their range when you press E, then it should work. I think with your ult it will be fine actually.
That's what I'm smelling.
I'm not sure if it will work because it's like an auto attack enhancer and not like an actual ability.
Oh wait, Senna or Rengar actually. However, it's a Shaco. And he is AD. GG.
I'm gonna go to Gangplank.
I can't promise
I'm just dead.
things in this game. This is going to be a very fist fighty type of game, I think.
Yeah, I'm going turret Twitch.
I'm stacking. Homo. Who's that directed to?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Let's chill out. Ah!
Oh fuck.
Wow.
Flashed away and got hit by fucking Nunu anyway.
Yeah, that was ferocious.
Am I still made?
You missed.
What? I did?
Yeah. Actually, you did.
What?
Oh no, you realized too late.
Wait, I just realized I'm good for Nyla. My auto's... Oh wait, no, is it like a... Just it cancels autos in general, or what? Wait.
Yeah,
It's not like a wind wall,
is
is it? Yeah, never mind. I'm not good for Nile Allied.
Liar, liar. That's greedy. Amazing.
Oh wait, my fault, sheep. I accidentally hit the plant twice when I just came from base.
That's a bit silly of you, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does someone have fucking killing time?
Yeah, Gragas.
Gragas does. I was gonna say, I heard the sound effect. Oh.
Oh no, overflow.
Oh,
Nuna was ulting.
really?
Yeah.
Good.
What am I? What was that all about, bro? Bro! What the fuck is this? Bastard.
8.
Wait, would ethereal weapon mean that every time I autoed, I would get the soul instead of...
Thanks.
Hmm.
In theory, should work like that. I think.
Oh no, it would be... No, only if I Q or if I W, I think.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
if you queue.
I was too quick on picking the double tap.
I want the, oh.
Got his ass. Oh, yes!
Yeah.
Go back to basics.
Ricky was better with a broken wrist. This guy has a fucking vendetta against me.
That though.
I knew you were gonna say that. Okay. Feint just dodged my fucking Q. You don't need that. There was a reason that Shaco box was there. You fucking greedy little pirate, hands off of that plant.
My pirate hands alone.
I'm still dead.
What am I gonna get? Garbage, garbage, garbage. Oh, that's actually not the worst. Honestly, I could do it. Don't wish to watch the brain collapse. What you gonna do? Just buy another caps?
Life won't let me go.
Bastard.
Okay, if you ever press tab, I want you to keep an open mind.
Dude, what are you? What are you?
Keep an open
Build.
mind!
I'm keeping it open. What is your build? Did you wake up and feel like you don't feel like dealing any damage?
What is
today?
going on? Hello, Mavi. How's it going? I
You
hope you
have to
had a
trust
lovely birthday. Can I wait 400 gold?
That's...
You've got Fiend Hunter bolts, but you've got 129 AD.
A prison for the
Oh!
We're acquainted.
Where'd everyone go?
has slain an enemy.
I'm not waiting for this. I'm coming.
Oh. My gosh, my god, things.
Reckless chancing is looking gloomy. Can't with its caps are holy. This is an assassination. No more G2 domination. No more kings. No.
Oh,
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
let me test my hypothesis.
I'm gonna give this guy a little report. I think.
It doesn't work. FF.
Alright, no one get a pentakill or something.
Okay, but it says damage enemies over 700 distance away. I have over 700 range.
Oh, you're testing for your auto attacks? Oh, I could have told you it doesn't work
No,
with
it's my
autos.
ult.
It will be with your E.
Yeah, it's only my E. It says damage.
What level is this account? He's like level 7, Nunu. He's not wearing it.
Tower.
You're out, a turret. Your ally has slain an enemy.
I can heal you guys.
Thanks.
If
Right,
you let me auto
this is
the
actually full
Ming
power
monks.
still. Is it a Rengar?
Lucian thought I was lost.
Last.
Only changed.
Ugh.
Wait, I might actually be a mosquito.
Really?
Right? What do I get last? Oh no, it's not gold. Someone else got the thing. I just need to go baited.
How much range you got?
Died again. Must be getting good at it.
Where do I see? Oh. A50. Funny my... from downtown, you know. Oh, that's old. Imagine if you had...
I had the option to get the other one, but I decided to go the healer.
Go for a real augment. No, but with my ult, I go up to 1150. That's like kind of far.
A little bit.
Oh, it's over.
That just happened.
I had flash too. I was too late.
Your inhibitor's been destroyed.
Fuck.
Wait, why'd my...
Fucking flashed my
I'm about to get
barrel.
comboed.
That's
What the fuck is going on with my game? There we go.
Ninja's cursed it.
Unlucky.
just a little bit.
My damage.
I've learnt my lesson. Oh. It's fine, I did more than Shaker.
It's still level 300 account. Like, what? Crazy. I'm
Never
just gonna
seen
take
it
a quick BRB. I need to go pee. You guys can entertain stream.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
booting up. Good luck. So how's your day been?
That's crazy. It's been
So like, so like
playing
you,
with this, playing with this freak, League of Legends.
Oh, who?
You know,
who?
she's kind of like a streamer person.
Oh, they're one of those.
Yeah, one of those streamer people.
Ooh, that's embarrassing, really.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You want to hop in here? We need backup comms.
Backup comms.
Of course, she's on the damage chart the entire time.
That's fine. Let's talk about who's playing today on the World Cup.
Yeah, let's have a look. Do you know who's playing? Oh, it's live right now. Argentina's up 1 against Austria. Spoiler. Sorry guys. Spoiler. My fault. Allegedly, Argentina's up 1 against Austria.
Allegedly.
Do you think Messi's getting his
France.
back-to-back?
I don't know.
Wait, no. Didn't France win last time?
Did they?
Yeah, didn't they beat Croatia in the finals?
Was that last
That was
cup or the
22,
one
no?
before?
Yeah, it was 22. I didn't know you the cup before. But I remember making fun of you.
What? World Cup 2022 champion. It's Argentina.
Oh, wait, you guys were in...
Yeah, it was 20.
Fourth?
20.
Oh, was I thinking 2018?
Yes, you
That's
were-
strange. Why did I make fun of you for it?
I don't know.
Austria does not have this. They're
I
like a
mean,
fish out of water.
Should I get up and go look at the television, see how it's looking?
Yeah. Give us a recon. Go scout for us.
And drink as well. Be right back.
It's just me, guys. So, you guys come here often?
Alright.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back. Did you guys do or say anything funny? Oh, thank you for stuff catch, I got.
Yeah, no, we're actually very entertaining. Ghost just gone to go get us a live recap of the World Cup.
Oh, what?
Live recap of the World Cup.
Oh, I see. So he's not here.
No.
Okay, fantastic. Positive
He's also getting a
affirmation.
drink.
I see. Right. Okay. So he's not getting a recap.
No, he's doing both at the same time.
Positive affirmation. I'm funny. There we go.
Actually, no, you are pretty funny.
You're gonna say funny looking?
No. But like you
Yeah,
thought it.
you were. You were. You were.
No, but you thought it.
You fucking were.
I would never say that.
Yeah, you would.
On Goat's Life, I would never say that.
No, Goat's not coming back. He's just dropped
On
dead
his
in his
life.
kitchen. Alright, let's do some gambling. Let's re-roll these skins.
Go to TFT tab. Do a roll real quick.
Oh, that's actually not a bad skin. A roll? I don't know. I want the Jin skin.
Isn't it in right now?
Is it?
Yeah, Dark Cosmic Jin.
No. The new Jin skin, the...
It's not looking too
Fucking-
good.
Oh,
It's not looking too good.
I'm surprised you made it back.
Hi, Zakreza.
Oh, don't worry about it. No one made a promise on your life or anything.
Yeah.
What?
No, don't worry about it.
It's a miracle that you're here.
Yeah. Yorn. Actually, no, my goat here.
Zegs.
Yeah.
I fucking knew it. Getting predictable, Brad.
We know, but now I look. Actually, no. As long as they stay Vladimir, I don't look like the only Brokey. That's all that matters.
Brokey. Oh, Darkstar Kais is actually a skin. I thought I just made that up for TFT.
Yeah. I mean,
Is
they've
that
done
the
it before.
last wave of the horrible Dark Star skins?
We know they all have. I just know the set's gonna eat us up.
Nah.
I can see the W into all 5 of us already. We're all gonna be clumped. Cho'Gath Q from the floor into the Gragas Q, then set W. I see it.
We'll get Q from the floor.
As you know how Cho'Gath, his Q, it rises from the floor.
Yeah, as
All
opposed to
these
Cho'Gath.
borders, then there's Brad and I. Yeah, you guys are brokies. It's not the fact that we just have the skins, we have the borders as well.
Who's
That's cool.
Bum,
Yeah.
ba-ra, dun, da, da, dun, da, 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 ram, ba-da, bum, ba-da.
Rated I.
I'm AP, by the way.
No distractions, no mistakes.
We're dead.
No, it's fine. Trust me, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay. You just need to trust me. It'll be fine.
You got Tooth Fairy again? Is this gonna be a... Is this
my
gonna
new
be a...
abuse.
Yeah, okay.
This is my new fucking scope your weapons.
Oh, Kate's getting flamed. But I just had a crazy Q here.
What is this?
Oh, that wasn't in range. That's awkward.
What?
Ah,
I tried to W them into our tower.
Oh.
Emphasis on the tried.
Upgrade IE. Ravenous Bind. Ow.
Did you see how it came from the floor?
Or got Q from the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's undodgeable.
Ow.
He's dead though, right guys?
He flashed.
No, it's okay.
Activated my snap trap. Where are you?
Oh. I still think it's stupid Set can do that.
More than just words. It's a promise.
Personally, I don't think top laners should be able to do anything.
Of course.
Average ADC player complaining.
I'm not alone. I'm not afraid. Push forward, never wait.
Now the question is, when do I get that stack teeth?
You don't.
This team.
Together, stars light the universe.
I also feel like I don't. You wouldn't.
He's scared. Little baby man.
I will make a difference. I have to.
He's scared.
Slowly but surely, I'm going to become very annoying to them.
They want to fight?
To them as well? I thought it was just gonna be to us.
Ow.
Can I get a high five?
Did you just clap?
Yeah.
Has to be done.
I'm hemorrhaging. Ow.
Ow.
What?
It's not all you have to say. Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits. I get pulled in. Sorry, Bluetooth E?
Ah, you're getting. Never mind, you didn't get eaten. I'm gonna get eaten. Never mind, I just got heart stealed.
A tooth.
All the reason I need. We'll protect
Yes.
our skills together.
I'm fucking crying.
Come on, come on.
And
The mission comes first.
oh, yes.
I should have killed myself
Oh, double tap.
so I could get
Yes.
my W cooldown.
There's still time to make this right.
Big damage.
Here we go. Alright, what I got? Oh, these are all garbage. Unless maybe I get Jeweled Gauntlet, that would be huge.
Go for the dual gauntlet gambit.
I could start building this.
Being a star guardian, I get to have my wish. The others who don't, I fight for them.
He ate me.
More will come.
Oh, the intergalactic laxative. The intergalactic laxative. Look at you from here, Tomas.
Marked. This power isn't just to fight darkness. It's to protect those I love.
What the? What is this guy's problem?
Hanging in there, Ina?
You got a tooth there.
Back off.
Oh, where'd the fucking W go? Jesus.
Growing up means making your own home.
Of blade now, though.
I fight so others can burn brighter.
No.
I've got no mana.
Hello?
Yeah.
And you didn't buy a tier?
Bro, tiers for losers.
That's how you stat. Whatever, bro.
You see how I W'd him past you guys, and then he W'd, and then he missed you guys.
You're not stopping me.
Rampage.
I still believe in the first light.
I thought I was about to get Aiden.
Ah, I thought it was behind that.
Never give up.
I just missed. That's fine. Yep, that's teamwork right there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't understand teamwork. Oh,
I'll get you. Eyes on the horizon.
get him! Okay. That didn't overreact. I kind of want to die, so I can go by tier all of my own volition.
Okay. What the fuck?
I'm not even looking at her. I was looking to the side. That's
An ally has been slain.
It hurts more than I expected. But I'm believing. I can't back down. I'm not afraid.
It's going in is just impossible.
Never waver.
They have a silence, they have a ground, they have so much CC. Oh
Sick.
my god.
No. Stay away from me, freak. Stay away from me!
Ability!
I killed them.
Oh, fuck off. I will also go on the bush.
Together, stars light the universe.
Very angry, this Olaf. Oh, I didn't even know aware there was Olaf in the game.
The Olaf is putting in a lot of work in this game.
Yeah, this 6-2.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Fucking goddammit. Ooh. It's another Deku. These are all garbage, bro. By attacks, it means auto attacks, right? Yeah.
Close.
Better get it right this time.
I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Yoink. I don't deserve any of those kills.
No time to rest.
Wait, Set doesn't even have Hot Steel yet. He has Drop Kick. And Tank Engine. Oh, that could be bad. Funny he wasn't rowing.
Barely stacked hearts.
Yeah. I mean, look at that team, Tibby.
Yeah. Those stacks are probably from
I
you
don't
and maybe the
really
occasional Olaf if he's live.
Ow.
There you are. It's a good day to save the world. How could I lose?
Just kill them. Fine.
Oh, he's got spin me right round. You're a piece of shit.
Good luck. Good luck with
You're a
that.
piece of shit, Brad.
Good luck with that. That's not even my fault.
You fucking bumped him towards me.
You shouldn't have been there.
You got hit by the snowball.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, why am I playing frontline Ziggs?
Can you tell me something?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Purple build Ziggs.
Why do you have Gnasher's Tooth?
That's an excellent question.
Because he
Wait,
thinks
no,
it's
wait, what?
DMD.
Wait, no, I thought I took a different augment. That's my fault. Why do I have this?
What?
I thought I took Purest Caster. What, did I not?
Even if you took Purest Caster,
That'd be some like ability haste, you feel me?
Yeah, but usually with the
Like
way
a-
that these conversion rates work, it's not worth going items just for the attack speed.
As a leader,
See, that's why you're low E though.
everything I do. Time to prove why the first star chose
You don't think like I do.
I can't wait to see your damage after this game.
Can you stop standing near me? I'm about to die. Oh,
The mission comes first.
is this not good snow?
Oh, Cho'Gath has dropkick too.
Oh.
I can kill him. But I need
There's still
Do you want me to
time
engage?
make this right.
no.
Found it.
You got drop kicked with a snowball.
Yeah. Kind of embarrassing.
Hanging in there, Ina? Good.
Oh, you can kill him. I kind of doubted you, I'll be honest.
Holy crap, the
I wasn't
Caitlyn is
good.
going hard.
Enemy has been slain.
Ah, she fucking wrecked them.
I was there too.
Ari, Lux,
Me
and
too, guys.
So many others, they paved the way. Their legacy lives in me.
I need to be careful of this.
Can you stop dodging my ult? Me a bad rep.
Wait, there's a tooth in the fountain.
You know what you have to do?
I have to kill the Strogat, that's what I have to do.
I'll help out, don't worry.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you. No!
You got me
Minion.
killed.
I got you killed,
Yes.
but Seth got me a kill. So it's equivalent exchange.
Hell's been blaming a lot of people this game. I've noticed. It's something we need to work on as a team. Okay? Read this.
You sold
That's-
your
that's an
Nashers too for this!
That's an extra 114 damage. You smell me?
Did you go that because it's an AP crit item and you have Twin Fire?
That's what I said, yeah.
It's a silver fucking augment. Why are you building for a silver augment?
It's an extra 114 damage.
It's an extra
like you're
tumor
not-
on my fucking brain, bro.
I feel like you're not hearing my comp.
I feel like you're losing the shopkeeper.
What a match.
Like, look at this damage.
Tell Dad.
Okay? Look at this damage.
Oh! Oh, it's a 2 that was a 3k fucking 3k damage. Just caved my face in.
I'm so stressed right now. It's a good thing we are hard winning.
It's not the item.
Kaisha is
Kaisha is-
cringe. I'm not even the main character.
No, this Trollgat is dying to.
Others can burn brighter.
My
Watch
fucking
this.
Borg has 24,000 damage.
Stay away from me! Back off, pal.
More will come.
Kaisha is cringe. Thank you. What were you gonna type?
I couldn't get it through, so there's no point coming it.
I gotta look at the damage, and like Olaf is gonna do most damage, but Kaisha's cringe, guys.
Oh, I just upped my mastery. That's mastery 4. Mastery 3.
Brad, this set did more damage than you.
I did more damage than Cassiopeia.
You almost got out damaged by fucking Joa. What's Cassiopeia gonna do into our fucking team? Cassiopeia got run down by Olaf every fucking 2 seconds.
I did more damage than Cassiopeia. I feel like
It's like saying that you
I
fucking
did more damage than Gragas,
you can win
Cho'Gath,
basketball.
and Cassiopeia.
against a thalidomide victim. Like, what are you saying?
What are you saying?
Yeah.
He's going crazy
Where's
with
your
a
spamming
grappling hook. Shut the fuck up! You're chatting so much shit. Faint, I'm not gonna lie, I would probably have to watch that one back because I didn't see what you were doing the entire game. I was in the
You still
fucking
sent it.
backline sniping. I was having to pick up for the other fucking mage on our team.
Yon isn't a mage.
Alright, money. Ooh, Ezreal. Ezreal.
You guys about to see some crazy combos
Oh
from me.
no.
Just don't aim your ult when I'm
Oh,
ulting.
wait. Wait, we can match.
Oh, but Thresh is available.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised you're not going Thresh, honestly.
Gragas is my baby.
Watch the replay, it's a movie.
I got the cringe Xerath skin.
Oh, what is this team?
Oh!
Well,
So, prediction. The Ornn and Sejuani are not gonna die. Meanwhile, the Mel and Shaco will be one-shotting everyone.
How'd you know?
That's sweet.
And Xerath's gonna just kinda be there.
What are you doing, Ghost? Are you so warm? You're so soft and fluffy.
Okay, at least I'm not the broke person in this game. It's Ornn.
Ezreal weapon, that could be really good.
Oh, do I run it back?
Overloaded. Overloaded is, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, Overloaded is such a shit prismatic.
You would say that.
Do you think I could go 2-3? Do you think I could make it work?
Probably. It's
Fine.
really good because you also have mixed damage.
Yeah, I might try it. See if I can get some stacks like early game. It would be okay, right?
Well, here's the thing, you're not really gonna get stacks early. The whole thing is that you kinda...
Supposed to intimidate.
And you think if this is Sejuani Ornn, I'm gonna get stacks later, or?
But he doesn't have to know.
Well, it's... See, when it comes to tanks, it's kind of easy to get stacks if you get like
Oh.
something to work with the Blade of the Wind King.
That means bulk, for those that don't know.
But a little fun never hurt.
What? Matching with the good. Yeah. Wait.
You ready? Ah! Watch this.
Stop screaming.
You ready?
I don't know how people play this game if voice comes on. Oh, not voice comes, but voice line.
I was spamming E that entire time. Ugh. I'm a chain.
Whoops. Guess I got a little careless. I better stop messing around.
You
Wait,
ready?
see me interrupt his E? Like that was
That
cool,
was,
no, guys?
that was okay, I'll give it to you. Oh, slick.
Thanks.
A deuce! And he flashed. I'm gonna flash too.
Tooth.
Ugh.
Oh, okay.
No, she blocked like fucking everything, bro.
Alright, I'm putting +1 respect on your Gragas. +1.
That's why he's my kitten. That's fine, I got tank engine.
My training paid off.
Oh, did he get the quick? Yeah, he did. Ow!
Sorry, did I just see a heal? An Aram.
For my queen.
I hope this works.
I just got 2 teeth. 3 teeth. I would like to pick them up, please.
Can't really see where they are.
I got them. I have 6 teeth now.
That's a bit less than more people.
It's not
but
very
like-
many teeth.
Well, you guys are such haters.
No, I mean like as in out of context for the fucking.
Okay, for a Brit, that's plenty of teeth.
Fine, guys, we're scaling.
Wait.
You're 30.
I got another tooth there. There's a real one.
Ow.
I do so much damage.
Very as well.
Hello, Randall. How's it going?
No, we're gonna lose. Oh, my fault, my fault.
I'm just gonna go pick up my tooth.
No team.
Crimson Cobalt.
Holy shit, my ult is just getting teeth, by the way. Like for free. I've just got 3 more.
Oh, that's really good.
I need to be able to pick them up though.
It's fine, guys. It's all coming together.
Might help.
How am I gonna stack on this team?
So that's how it is, huh? Then this time I'll fight for real.
I'm gonna be like set from last game.
How long am I fucking stunned for, bro?
Ow.
Tooth. 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 I have 11 now.
You're gonna snowball like crazy in this game, actually.
I got fucking double tap too, by the way.
Oh yeah, you're.
That's another tooth. Yes.
Okay, that was my heart steal, by the way. But like, it's fine, it's fine. No biggie.
I'm fucking billing Bork right now.
No, wait, me too.
Bork Sherelders? Oh my god, I'm going to fucking rip into them.
You're not gonna take Lord Dominic's.
Guess I got a little careless.
I'll take all of them. Fuck it, I don't care.
Can't.
Wait, you can't? Why not?
You can have 1 armor per item.
Man!
You can't. You can have like.
We
either
can have 7,000
Cerebus
lethality
or
items, it's okay.
Black Cleaver or whatever, but yeah, I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
Now's my chance.
Oh, she's full HP now. Oh,
Teeth.
I've not got a single one yet.
wait, no, stop. Yeah.
I got another 2 teeth
steal.
waiting for me.
Thank you.
These guys don't. They're like, why is this
just
Ezreal
stuff.
just running it down? They don't know. I'm playing for the long con.
Okay, now I'm about to get mad. Oh, Shaco!
Shiki!
Rocky.
Guess I got carried away.
No, fuck. Oh, it's another tooth. Kill.
Still haven't got one.
One,
Damage.
2, 3. I have 18 now.
Hey guys, can I get some help, please?
What the fuck, Stevie? Firstly, hello. How's it going? Stevie, thank you for the donation. What the fuck? Thank you very much. One sec, I'll have to check that in a second. I do apologize. I'm doing so much damage. Did you get a bunch of teeth?
I'm sorry.
Oh, Zealot!
No.
Let me see. The message.
I did get ice cold.
Oh, Twin Fire could be good. I go Twin Fire or Zealot? Twin Fire, actually. Hello, Stevie. How's it going?
You were in opioid.
So that's how it is, huh? Then this time I'll fight for
I have to go on the...
Crit.
I mean, I'm gonna go Lord Doms anyway, so that's like another 25, so it would be like, I'd have 75 crit if I go Twin Fire. How's the league, man? Listen, I've been excused. Okay, Ko-Fi is just dead, I'm sorry, I can't see it right now. I'll have to check it in a bit, but thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that. I didn't want to do anything today, okay? It's just a bit warm. I think what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna... For the Pokemon, I'm gonna like have a day. And I'm just gonna force myself to finish it off. And then we'll do Undertale... No, I keep saying Undertale Deltarune when it's not as hot. Because I don't want to sit here and fucking read while
Undertale.
it's sweltering.
If you like
But then, no, thank you so much.
You let your guard down.
Huh?
Nothing.
Like Undertale. Play Delta. I listen. If I get stunned
God,
one
they
more
all
time.
drop fucking teeth. Holy teeth, bro. That's 20 teeth. How many teeth have you got?
Ooh.
Two tooth.
Fucking
Number
base.
2.
Why am I
Fairy.
fucking taking damage?
No, that's cold, guys.
What was the fucking laugh, bro?
Some of my laugh. Now, what is this guy up to? Ah, Shaker.
He's up to killing me.
Surviving, yeah. We've been... Honestly, the games haven't been so bad. We had an incident with a certain Nunu, but hopefully their account will get fucking
Hey guys.
killed. I should probably finish buying my Mana Mune, actually. It is so fucking warm, though. Wait, I like 2-7. Holy shit, I am really ending. Ending for the teeth.
Now get some. What? He's got masterwork? Okay, that's not.
$22 teeth. I already told Drew he's on his way. Thank you, Winter.
I got my thing ready, my super volt. My meteor
they
strike.
live.
plus 5 teeth. Do you think you get a tooth from Shaco Clone?
Yeah.
I think I did.
Maybe that's because you suck.
Oh, I have a third tooth. Wait.
Because I'm fighting the out here.
Holy shit. Sorry, I was waiting for my Mana Mune. Alright, I need to stop playing for teeth.
Meteor strike.
That's what?
That's what my ult does.
Oh, that was who I ran into. It was Doomfist, right? There was a guy named Doomfist. You know, like fucking at the start of the stream when I said there was a Overwatch, someone named after Overwatch. It was Doomfist. We named Doomfist. How many teeth you got? Oh, you got 5.
Oh, Drew, you're
Oh no. Uh-oh.
I was gonna say I've seen worse, but that might be worse than my.
Are you gonna
What is
dodge?
this? This is hateful towards me. I think.
Sorry, I'm healing. I know what that means. Let me skedaddle. Oh.
Is he like AP? Oh yes.
Get out of here. Guys, let me get out of here.
Honestly, I could get my full crit with this. Fuck yeah. Let's go!
Okay, that didn't heal me.
Alright, do you want to work now, Ko-Fi, or...?
It's fine. At least roll your sword scales based on range lost. Yes.
Then this time I'll fight for real.
Fuck. I died.
Another 2 teeth. Oh yeah.
Oh, I got one from that fight. Okay.
I have 104 lethal. Oh, there's 2 more here!
Nice. I have 10,000 HP.
Wait. Okay, there we go. It took its time updating. In-house
Fuck. I'm shark. Got that. It's me,
No!
me, me!
Oh, there's a fucking shaker.
Yes, there is.
Huh? I said, oh, there's a shaker.
And I said, it appears there is.
Oh, I thought you said because there is. What'd I go last item? Endless
Pick it up,
Hunger?
Nope.
Hmm.
I get out. No.
Shojin?
How are you for healing? Do you more sustain?
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Endless Hunger. Gives 5% Omnivamp. What'd you say? Bloodthirster?
Bloodthirster be better? 5% is not a lot. I know it.
It's just because it's Omnivamp. You know? But, okay. They have a Tassadar? Oh, Zarath?
Oh.
Holy shit, those are just my autos.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I might have to get a Mercuro Scimitar.
gimme.
Maybe instead of my boots.
Now the CC is kind of egregious.
Or maybe I can get that instead of the Bloodthirster. It still gives like 10% lifesteal. We're getting like back-to-back Eurovision today. Holy shits. I got a tooth waiting for me though. Just one. Ooh, ew, ew. Oh my god, you watched 6 teeth.
Penta, let's go.
Yeah, I didn't get any
Penta.
from them. Not being enough damage to get them.
No Penta.
Fast enough. All this again.
There, I think they are.
That did not hit me. Barabas tuyo. I just crit for 60. Holy shit. Dude, Tooth Fairy is kind of low-key, high-key insane. Barabas tuyo. Sona. Honestly, I'm got to honor Brad that game. He was a fucking tank.
Yeah, it kind of cook.
Even with all those teeth, he did more damage than me.
That's just Aurelian Soul.
Crazy. Alright, give me a second. Let me see if I can load up Ko-Fi.
No way, mate. All randoms.
Oh, there we go.
All champions challenge upgraded to silver.
Aww,
him.
Stevie! Thank you. I can figure out something to draw, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's huge. Thank you. Stay cool. We're doing our best. I mean, I got a fan, you know. Honestly, I might get a second one. Just of this exact fan and have it like
Just
either
dual wield
side.
them.
Yeah, literally.
Stay cool. That's pretty easy to brad around. Am I right?
Right, just for
So
that.
true. I'm playing Vel'Koz.
Yeah, good luck, guys. Actually, no, I want to go Jinx. There's some weird shit with vulnerability and critical missiles. I want to see if it's still working. If I can get it, I can't ever get it.
I wish you the best, team.
Get
I
a
don't
bigger
even know what's gonna
fan?
happen with me, but
No, I want, this fan is convenient. It plugs in via USB and it fits perfectly on my desk. It's like about the size of my, like, phone and it stands. So it sits perfectly on my desk, so it's not bothering, like, my monitor or anything, so.
Oh, this team. Oh, it's.
You know, I'm kind of upset that, we haven't got a feed rec report yet.
no wait, we're against Autumn.
It's Queen Autumn, actually. Oh god. Will ruin your game is playing Fizz. I have a feeling this is gonna happen. Thank you for the 310 stream streak
fine,
as
I'm a
well.
I'll just ult you guys.
Oh no. I can see
No,
it
my ults
now.
are perfect.
You're gonna ult
No,
Karthus.
my ult into the Riven
And Karthus
combo.
will be ulting.
Oh wait, that's such a good idea.
What if I got?
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to Feint. For your own safety.
What's gonna happen to me?
I can't disclose that on stream.
Let's just
Okay,
say
we
you
got
don't
critical missile. We got I need vulnerability.
wanna- Do I do it?
This dang.
I love the skin.
Like, bro, these are Ban.
Okay, our team just went like the bog standard shit. These guys went the fucking... Oh, Fizz fucked it up. Fizz is night stalking.
Tooth Fairy.
Yeah. I just need to get some victims and we'll get the end.
I'm not falling for this propaganda. We lose so much more if we flash compared to if they flash. Especially with fucking this
If we what?
shit.
That's Aura right there.
Oh my god. The fucking Tristana got the range on her Q. She reaches level 18, it's gonna be so over.
A little bit.
Oh, Kog'Maw has it on his W too. We're so fucking doomed.
Trying to put some heals around. You're gonna be so strong.
Thanks, Riven.
You can Riven stop dodging. Cringe, to be honest.
If I get vulnerability, it's fine though. No. Wait. Brad, look at this Riven's tag.
Snail. Oh wait, that's like my tag. Actually, no, not this account. My other Brad's Slug account. Wait, these guys stink.
I can't wait for Fizz to be one-shotting me with his ult. Hi, Ghost! Welcome back.
And Riven.
Gambassa? Like, oh, why is there so many people spawning?
Bum, 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 ba, da, bum, 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 ba, da, 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 da.
Need cooldown reduction to throw my spells. Need to deal damage now.
Everybody says the same thing to you. Doesn't matter how you solve them. Things you can do.
Oh, okay, good thing Riven ran away from my ult.
Pick up her must. This happened to you.
Aha.
Oh, she caught the tail end of that. Fuck.
Of course.
Okay. Consequences. I feel so useless in this.
Okay, so
I
what's
am gonna
the
go
weapon?
Infinity Edge first item. This is season 5. Huh?
Actually. So what's the vision
Okay.
with these augments?
The missiles crit. And then so
Do they?
you know what happens? Yeah, like
Some
this is
item
what
more
happened.
damage every
This
time.
happened to me in a game. So I just want to, because it was abysmal, like playing against it. Come here.
Okay, let's see it.
Okay, I need to get more crit. I think. Wait, no. Let me go check. I don't remember what game it was. The missiles kept critting on each other. I guess I have to get lucky too, because I
But you need
have 75%. We'll see. We'll see.
Really want to try us? Come on. You really want to try us?
I can only have 3 W's up? That's kinda cringe. Since when did they add that?
No.
Know if it's for sure. Suddenly. Infinity Edge into Runans. This is actually season 5. Suddenly. I've got 50 crit from my augments, you know.
I'm so dead. Super dead.
Just come back to my heals.
I'm pretty sure this was the tech. We'll see.
Yeah, my wee woo is going crazy right now.
My vulnerability has done no damage though.
Yeah, you need.
Did they fix it? Did they patch it? No,
I mean, it doesn't
because
make
it's
sense
like
it would
No, because I swear to fucking god this happened. And I was confused because it was like, I thought they patched this. But this
Any
was
day now,
like a couple of
team.
days ago. Alright, this got me killed.
No, imagine if you were like higher HP. You weren't just dilly-dallying around the turret.
Look at where you put the fucking heals! They're all the way over there, next to the bush where the Riven and the Fizzard fucking sat in.
I don't like this negative attitude.
You're getting reported, I think.
Yeah, I'm reporting you.
Oh, by me.
Wait, who are you playing? Oh, Jake.
Oh, I got 2% of that.
Alright, I got 100 crit. Let's see if this works for real this time. There's no damage on the vulnerability though. What the fuck was giving it then?
Your ally has slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Turret destroyed.
Wouldn't tell you.
I should have waited.
But I'm chime maxing so bad right now.
What? Okay, there we go. It's done 7 damage.
Probably because of your...
Nah. There's no... You think? The bolts?
Yeah,
But the
that's
bolt should
item
already be able to
damage.
crit now.
No, but that's item, because vulnerability amplifies item damage, and that's an item.
And
What is their fucking issue with me?
Oh,
I have to go look at what she
Oh,
fucking
they're not.
had, because it was... In fact, my match history might not show it anymore. And it doesn't... These games don't show up in OPGG, which is annoying.
Ow.
Wait, no, I win this. No. Oh, nice. I'm trying to get items. Ooh.
Alright guys, I'm here. Let's fight. Let's go.
That was a good one. I like that one.
Waking the demon. Ugh. I feel so sick. What's the temperature looking like? Honestly, not the
1
worst.
million.
It's around 14 right now. Pretty cold.
$1 million temperature. Need them to not end the game because I need to scale some more.
How many teeth do you have?
5.
No, that's embarrassing.
I got 2 more waiting for
Double kill.
What'd you do?
I wasn't looking. I accidentally picked up a Bard heal.
Oh. Bard is old, by the way.
What do you want me to do there?
Oh, me!
You died in literally a frame.
No?
I would know. I was watching.
Okay, buddy. Oh my god, you know what? I'm going fucking Shiv. We are building Season 5 Jinx, actually.
You just got a trippy?
I'll call it that.
You just got a trippy.
There we go. Nice. It's so much crit shit.
Damn, your vulnerability going crazy.
I'll need to see what she had, because I swear these were the only 2 augments she had.
Go like Leandri's or any like burn or dart. That might work.
Well, Leandri's
Because that can crit with
applied
vulnerability,
with my...
which would then be a crit. If you smell me.
I'll have a look at my match history to see if I can find the game. I can't even remember who I was playing though.
Go any like critting should be.
What was that? Was very collective. It must have been the fucking wind. When I saw that just happen there, and everyone just fucking.
Now you see me, now you don't.
I didn't even know what Bad Chime do. Pick them up.
Let me try going this then.
Oh wow wow wow.
Oh my god.
I got you.
Oh, there we go. It did. But she didn't have that.
Is it working now though?
A little bit.
Your inhibitor's been destroyed. Your ally has slain an enemy. Here's hoping you'll land the big one. Your turret's been destroyed.
Oh, they're not outrunning me.
Go.
They might be outrunning me.
Your ally has been slain. Allies lost his innards.
Is doing things.
Average Riven player.
I swear to fucking god, she didn't have a Leandra's early game and she was still doing this. I need to find out what the fuck she had that was doing that. Especially it's confusing me because this is damage
Is there a
Dotsu.
dot ADC item?
Well, that's what I was looking for. I'm gonna have to check. I remember she did build something weird after, but as I said, like,
I'm crazy. You should see my sister.
yeah, it's not even doing it. So I mean, because I would need to hit them with my E.
Yeah, why you eat?
Oh no, it's just damaging abilities. I don't understand. I need to fucking. As I said,
I'm so confused. Like,
I don't think I'll be able to see the fucking match though. I've played so much since then.
Oh. Oh. I just got my Badu C8. Wasn't very fun.
There's so many teeth that I can get, but
I feel like I was doing it there.
Yeah, it
He was
was.
just spamming rockets.
Honestly, I might sell the Leandra's. I don't think there's
It's
any
doing
point in
it.
buying
Worst that could happen.
Anyway.
teeth. Yes. Fine.
I'm gonna be careful. Said, hey, you, the machine, and all back down to their knees.
What?
She was unstoppable.
You're safe. Don't worry.
Thanks. He's probably gonna dodge this. Never mind. Well, he did technically. He did a little movie move. King Sonata, bruh.
No, what happened here?
I'm thinking.
That's a death trap. I'm not going for that.
I'll go for it.
The minute I go in there, fucking Fizz is gonna flash. I don't have the range.
I was pressing 3 instead of D. That's my fault.
Ally has been slain.
No.
Have you scaled yet?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you've had plenty of fucking time.
Fucking, I keep. Every time I want to play Ziggs in the ground, I forget how fucking nerfed Ziggs is.
Yeah, he's got like his entire fucking thing is just red. Oh man, how'd you lose such a free game? Bro, look at my build. Calm yourself.
Yeah, but our bot is really good though.
I didn't know we had a lot.
Let me check.
Actually, no, I could tell you didn't know because everyone was dodging my W's.
Don't think. I think I was playing. No, I was playing Nami. I think the match history is not gonna be there, and the worst thing is it does. Aaron Mayhem doesn't show up on OPGG.
I think this game just didn't happen. You're gaslighting us.
It's probably a Vandal video about it if it's that broken.
I wish I'd known what she fucking did though. It is what it is. Ugh, my bad.
Okay, I forgive you.
Shut.
You still did a bunch of shit that I don't know, like, what you...
Huh?
You still, like, did shit that game, so I don't see the problem.
You think she did that bad?
Time to be Kringa
kinda messed up.
Kaisa again. I'm gonna fill up my water real quick. And make sure to be entertaining. I'm gonna change my skin this time.
I'm so entertaining last time.
Where?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Alright, hang on, let's see what the...
Oh yeah, how's it going now?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, I did kind of guess that.
I mean, I did say it wasn't looking good.
In an hour and a half, we got France versus Iraq. Who's winning that?
That's France is gonna...
Unless. Look at Kale's mastery points. Look at Singe's mastery point.
I think we need to lobotomize you. I think we need to, like, find the part of your
How
brain.
about you listen to the tip that Aram Mayhem is giving to us right now?
Can you read it in, like, a cool voice?
My voice is already cool. And it tells us to keep cool. Which, I mean, we're already doing. I don't know about the third person in the call, but, like, we're pretty cool.
Stay the course now.
I got the Build of Doom and Despair.
Yeah, what?
Oh, I don't want to play this game. I'm gonna have to... Can I just sit back here?
Huh?
No, you can't.
What's your
I've
team?
got so much poke.
Ugh. I'm not going. Yeah, okay.
So Nidalee doesn't have items. Never mind.
Here is where we make our stand.
But what if I...
I just can't step up.
Okay.
Guys, I got 2 fairy.
Ah, fuck. Good luck.
That's gonna be super easy to stack on AP Kai'Sa, no?
Hopefully. I got a snack too. I got a fiber bar. Do you want one?
Fiber bar.
My fiber's good.
Mm-hmm.
Monsters are
Oh.
Why do you want to eat a fiber bar?
Good for your
I think
digestive
I lost
system.
HP from that exchange.
Well, I eat plenty of other things that are good for your digestive system.
my turn.
Oh, this game.
Get up.
I hate
Fiber
this
Now
game.
cake, which contains only 80 calories. No. It's a fiber one and it contains 90 calories. I bought a bunch of them. I got like, there's birthday cake flavor. There's chocolate,
You guys
there's
are good, right?
lemon.
I will
I want till I get my W cooldown.
walk into that one.
Should wind walled that.
Look better this way.
It's the wrong brother.
With all the 3 letters in your DMs coming to you.
Stay for the fruit.
It's actually the same flavor as the Fiber Now cakes. What?
I'm just gonna die on spawn. Oh. I tanked that for you.
Hunts in the manor.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is our okay? I was about to say, is our Rengar jumped out of this bush like for the entirety of the game? Enjoy the jungle.
No, tower's gone.
Yeah, it is.
That's interesting.
That is pretty interesting.
It is a power.
Alright, I got my W cooldown.
Just get out there. Yes.
Don't worry, now they have items.
I survived the void. I refuse to let death end. I refuse to.
Guys, can I
Maybe
have
Fire
my
One ripped them
gold?
off? They could have, yeah.
Oh, I just realized Kale is. Okay, if you start with the scoped augment with Kale, it's bug.
No? How? Oh, does she?
Because-
Oh, she counts as ranged.
Yeah, but I'm not supposed to get 150 range, but I do.
Oh.
Oh, because it's
Even though it
classing you as
says-
melee.
lives longer.
Yeah, even though it says right now it's updated saying that I should be getting 100, but I
That's
guess
rather strange.
I'm not complaining.
Okay, we going.
Okay.
Guys, I got a tooth.
Rats.
This game's winnable. Now they just come back with items and just kill us.
That's one.
Let's loose the flame.
Power. Lex.
Your ally has been slain. To the depths with
Shit.
Privateer's best friend.
Vast emptiness.
Oh.
I
No.
do not wish to grow old in one. That's
No!
fight. This is my purpose. Learn from me.
I bring the light.
I have 2 teeth.
Nerd emoji.
Take 5, everyone.
This skin is fashioned.
Oh wait, if they hit me, you die.
Honed by
Stand near me.
Okay.
Yeah, I've missed 2 Q. Qs don't even matter. They're not.
I like it here. I just might stay.
Balls.
You lost 3. Aced. We're dead in the water. Your mates feeding the fishes.
Yeah, can we get some catch-up bonus?
What?
What?
The void's thousands.
Okay, Kale's online.
This skin lives on me.
How am I supposed to do 25% of their HP if they don't even have that? There's a tooth there. Very smooth. Oh, there's a tooth there too. Okay, I'm dying for it. That was crazy that that hit me, by the way. Even crazier that I didn't die there.
Crazy, I died there.
Phew. That was close. Fight for
I want this tooth. Oh, I could go thread the needle as well. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Just full fucking magic. I'm gonna do true damage to these guys.
Some call me monster. They have no idea what Lurch just wants. Now I win. Marked by
not gonna get any teeth.
Well, that's because they got no teeth to give.
Like, are you kidding me? Come on, I'm doing so much damage right now.
Yeah, me too, me too.
Why is he so fucking tanky?
Disaster.
Just die!
That's okay, our fucking Rengar is violating their entire team.
Wait, what the fuck? This guy went from being AFK to getting a quadra kill. How does this work?
And where was his team to help him with the Penta?
Rengar is a balance buff.
Oh, you're supposed to...
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably should have dodged that one.
Yeah,
take that.
sure. Very true.
Bastard.
Oh, I didn't know you were low HP. How'd you get low HP?
Bro,
I
these
don't
are
hit it.
fucking garbage. Ezreal is coping, by the way.
Smaller hitbox.
In the void, I had no one. I was a doomed outsider. Here, people are everywhere. And they are only mine.
This guy is... The Faint doesn't give a fuck.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's good. That's pretty funny.
Alright, I'm getting teeth now.
Ow. No! Ow.
Okay, cool. 12 teeth, not too bad. This guy is legitimately replying. He's being fucking rage baited by Fate.
For real?
I go
Stare
garbage
down.
fucking augments. Wait, no, my teeth are in there. Oh!
8 kills.
Oh, teeth.
I knew it.
Ah.
Coward ult. How dare you ult to save yourself? That's fucked up. That's really
Nah, they
fucked
kinda
up.
ate you up with that one though.
What do you mean? Coward for playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. Alright, bro. How dare you use your ult?
Dude, my Yone was low-key demonic.
Wait, was it?
Yeah.
You built with and worst item in the entire game.
It's the best item and a crits. And a crits. It was critting.
It crits with wits and deals like 40 magic damage.
45? 45? Then crit. Think about it. Are you thinking about it?
Thinking about some really bad things.
Sending 3
Oh, yeah?
letters in your DMs right now. That's what he's
Oh,
thinking
what are they?
about. Okay. Ooh!
Yo, can I get that?
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm just gonna go pee. Hopefully we don't load into.
Oh, what? Should put Brad's favorite skin on.
What's that?
Belongs to me now. Project Jin is honestly low-key underrated skin. I think it might be the best of the projects.
That doesn't sound right. I have never heard a single person underrate.
Never mind. GG. I'm gonna remake, so, cause I ain't playing Jin into any of this. Are you fucking kidding me? That Fizz skin. Imagine playing this game with me and Brad. I think that might be a purgatory sentence. What, League? That sounds like a content idea to me. How much for you to play a game of League of Legends with us, Winter? Name your price. Is it cheaper than Deadlock? Thanks for the self-care check, Pancake.
Has to be cheaper than Deadlock.
Oh, great Infinity Edge. We still have that stream idea of Winter coaching us Valorant. We also, if it's okay, Winter, it's the end of the week, the end of the month. Not this week, but maybe the week after. What's your availability like? I want to try and get those, the crowd control stream done. Yeah, alright, GG.
Yeah, that is actually really.
Ooh, Valorant, why? Because it would be funny. What, you'd rather us do CS?
Hold on.
Fun fact for those of you that don't know, I have art of my old model, my old design of me cosplaying Project Jin. It's with the Jinx as Jinx. I had a prismatic that had the bouncing grenades, so I had like 3 of them. It was actually pretty satisfying clearing the waves.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
It was drawn by Yuyoko. Nice cue.
It's not going anywhere. Sorry,
dude,
guys,
where's my HP? When did I lose HP? What's going on here? I can't flash force shot him. Joanna's gonna fucking shield him. I know it. She's waiting. She's saving it for me.
You don't have to save it. She's got overloaded on her shield.
I'm gonna throw.
That means that it resets when she uses a different ability.
Oh, thank you.
Some
wait,
people
2
might
of
not
them.
know.
Wait, did 2 people on our team get the reroll prismatic then, or like
I didn't.
I didn't.
the golden reroll?
They're just very lucky.
You have a day in mind in particular? Probably, I feel like a Saturday is best, right? Is like, unless you want to do it this Saturday too. But you said you've been pretty busy, so I don't want to fucking swamp you with shit.
I think I've hit 1 Q on the minion.
I don't know, cause I need to arrange I need to arrange with you as well. Your availability. Like maybe if we could get it done in one day, that would be cool too. But no pressure. What games have they decided on? I think Goat is doing Gungeon, right?
Yes, I'm playing Enter the Gungeon.
More like Enter the Fungeon.
Ow.
Really?
A grief for the grenade. I wanted to. Saturday's probably fine next to check my partner. Yeah, okay. We'll also need at some point to try and see how we're setting it up. Oh yeah, Winter's doing my winter car.
What the fuck? That's fizzled. That fucking animation confused me so much. Ooh. Ah shit. Wasted my ult. Was I the only one who looked at that circle and it took me like...
I went back
no
to
idea
ult.
what it was.
Turning.
I was bewildered.
Okay, Aurelian Soul, Tooth Fairy, attempt number 2.
You got Tooth Fairy again! Oh my god.
So it's I can't.
It
resist,
really
it's
is
too
like the fucking... I forget the name of it, the mana one. Begins with an O.
Overflow.
Yeah, Overflow. How long does like what the fuck is Enter the Gungeon? Is it a roguelike?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a roguelike.
How long
bullet
does a
hell.
run take on average, do you think?
Depends. Just very because there's a lot of variety of how you wanna. You can do some very long-winded runs.
So I'm just wondering how we're gonna divvy up the sections. I don't know if you guys want to be playing for hours or not, you know?
I probably could. I don't know if all goes well. I think 30 minutes, maybe.
30? Well,
all
obviously you got
goes
crowd control too, so...
Yes.
A little.
Same.
I had the important one.
I got a tooth already. Tooth. I got 2!
Wait, Tooth on Jin would be kind of crazy, no?
No.
That would kind of hurt, yeah. Ow. Ow! What's their problem, man?
Ow.
Not factor in CC at all. Yeah, this guy is dreaming. I don't know really much about Enter the Gungeon, so...
It's like a dungeon, but like it has gun.
Another one? Oh, shh. They're not dead yet. I have disguised descent.
Damn.
Eh.
No, my traps.
Oh, maybe I used my back shield too soon.
Alright, let's go.
She's on the wrong person.
Nah, I saw you like doing stuff. No?
Never mind. Let's not go.
Oh,
I left that for you. For your tooth. Hi, Ghost. Holy shit. Ooh, Soul Siphon could be nice. Or Scopia weapons. Skill Sniper, Critical Rhythm, Vulnerability. There's no point in any of these, honestly. Growth Spirit, why the fuck not?
that guy just died.
Yeah? Burnt a little freak. At least I can permastun someone.
Oh, he got skills. That's not very nice.
Fuck. Uh-oh. Oh, like full HP now.
Now where your full combo in the plant?
Okay.
Oh.
No! Fucker. Oh, my growth spirit just came up. Balls. Hello, Sag. Are you winning? I think so, yeah. How's it going?
There's 2 teeth there that I didn't pick up.
How many you got?
3.
Fantastic.
Oh,
3
if I get
teeth.
those 2, that'll be 5.
Yeah.
What? Really?
Compounds.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
I learned that yesterday.
Allie.
Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, Fizz doesn't have his wood yet? That's
What?
just baffling.
Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I was like confused. I was like, why can Fizz just walk through Vagar's E like that? Yeah, okay, right. Bedtime for me. Thank you for the 125 stream streak, Sag. Fuck off! You thirsty fucking fish, bro!
He's killing me, not you. You've got fucking growth spirit.
Yeah.
I finally get my teeth.
Ow! Holy shit. Okay. Hopefully the heat isn't too bad for you. It's a little rough, but it's been manageable today. I've only felt sick a few times. But tomorrow it's gonna be quite bad, so... That's why I'm saying I might not be here tomorrow.
Good.
It rained quite a bit today, so I guess that cooled it down. But it just means that tomorrow it's gonna be absolutely fucking...
Building a banshees. I can't do it. My fucking teeth are at the
Yeah,
back.
Twitch kind of does damage.
Oh.
No. Leave me alone, please. Her Wukong was none the wiser.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying leave me alone as if he's
Because he was gonna fucking kill me there! What the fuck do you mean?
I've just been back-to-back grey screen because he's literally just running at me.
Brad is just fucking standing there watching this guy rip
what do
me
you want me
into
to do?
pieces. Oh my
Don't
lord.
get
By the way, guys, don't go Surge Field. Surge Field is fucking garbage.
And I got Fey Magic.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
Ah. I'm dead. Oh, I just got
It's alright on Ziggs. I tried it on Vel'Koz. I thought it would be insane, but it's really fucking not. It's very
Come on,
underwhelming.
If you're complaining, do.
Huh?
You also had
Sham,
one back.
hello! Welcome, Raiders! You just have to bear with me a second, please. I can't tab out right now. Oh my god. There we go. Alright, let me send you over the raid video. Thank you so much for the raid.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
The fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome, Raiders. Sham, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. You're playing Lego Jurassic World. I was not even, I'll not lie to you, I wasn't even aware they had like a Jurassic World Lego game. I love the Lego games, they're very fun though. Do feel free to let us know what you got up to. Or, you know, if you don't feel like it, that's completely fine too. You might want to go get some rest, eat some food. Cool down if it's hot where you are, like it is pretty much most of the places. But yeah, anyone that is new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't do too much yapping about myself because it's what the raid video is for, but I'm playing some League of Legends with my friends today. Just because I can't be bothered doing much else, it's too fucking warm. So yeah. Oh? Oh, that's awkward.
Just don't count sheep, you fall asleep. That was so funny. That felt disrespectful.
Well, for whatever you missed, sorry, I wasn't aware there was ads going on. Oh, sorry, but I didn't get the... Usually there's like a thing at the top that tells me ads are playing. I wasn't playing. Me when... I hope you had a lovely stream. Feel free to tell us what you got up to. And I'm just playing League. That's a TLDR of what I said.
You misspelled
What
his name.
are these options? How'd you fuck up Blink? That's embarrassing.
My hands are cold. It is so cold. You don't understand.
Man, it pissed me off you can't have the chibis with you in ARAM.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying.
Lies. No, Brad, it's... You haven't moved yet, have you, Brad?
No.
No, yeah, okay, so...
It's
Our
November.
major stuff played Lego Dino. Yeah, it wasn't, I didn't know there was a Lego... Oh, this guy has the fucking skin... Lego Jurassic game. I like the Lego games, they're a lot of fun. Lego Batman, Star Wars. Even though I don't like Star Wars in particular, the Lego games are pretty fun. The fucking Harry Potter ones. Played those when I was younger too. I don't like the new direction they've gone in with the Lego games. I think I was watching... Who is it? I was watching... It might have been Brock I was watching play... Or someone else. Someone was playing like a more modernized Lego game and I was like, what the fuck is this? Is this like a Lego... like, open world fucking type shit? What is this? And the graphics looked very uncanny. You hate the Lego Ninjago movie? Any particular reason? Renamed? What is it a reference to? It's just edgy and kind of cute. No other reason behind that. Grimoire was going to be a name I was considering for my VTuber for a long time. That's the potato PC? No one. Everyone's loaded in. We're just waiting on the game. Lego Marvel superhero games are lit? Well, no, because it's a 98%. Maybe Blink left the game because she felt like you disrespected them.
I will run down.
Doesn't make a change.
I was gonna do that
you're
anyway.
gonna do that yeah. What are you talking about, bro?
I just need to channel my Gragas game. Yeah, bring it back.
They just put you on a tank, get your tank items, and then just be a tank. What did... these are... Grim. Sure, why not?
It's pretty good.
The characters are nothing like the show, even though the movie isn't canon. Well, I suppose if it's not canon, then it's not the worst thing, right? But it would be nice if they stop using that as an excuse to make bad media by just going, oh, it's not canon, it's fine. Remember when they tried to tell us that Arcane wasn't canon? Despite, like, before Arcane's conception, fucking Fiddlesticks had lines about Jinx in?
Yeah.
Isn't that hilarious?
That's truly hysterical, I think.
Yo, Blink, don't PMO.
Blink is not having it.
Nah. Typical tank player.
Dude, why is this fucking emote so low quality?
Probably
Like,
based on the
why
player.
is this so fucking crusty? It adds to it, kind of, I guess. But, still. I didn't get... Oh, I didn't also got Upgrade Infinity Edge.
Oh,
What the
I just
fuck?
got played. No, that's devious reaction time.
That's diabolical is what that is. Did you have full grit there? I don't think you did.
It went away for a second.
GG, well played.
Yeah, can we just FF?
I have Hui. Hui has from downtown too. It is actually unironically GG.
You're so angry.
I don't know, I saw we had a matching in emote, so you know. What? Are you so question mark?
Well, I got this one recently, I like it. Oh, man.
Damn, did you see me tank the Jin shot? That's W aura.
Breathe on me.
You don't want to say that it's because I'm too busy having a fucking stroke.
Enjoy Ninjago until after season 5. Let's see. Oh, what the fuck is going on with my PC there? Jesus. I don't know too much about Lego Ninjago specifically. I know it's got quite the fan base. Like people really like it.
Oh, he did the thing.
Yeah, it was my fucking stream PC froze a wee bit there. I looked over, I was like, wait, my face isn't moving. That's a bit weird.
Okay, tank
Devil
engine. Yeah, I
came
need
to
them to get up
take
to
me
like
away.
50 stacks and then I ult him into his team.
Reflects your torment.
That'd be pretty funny if you did that.
And then we don't kill him because he's got drop kick and he just one-shots us all.
Yeah.
I don't have the reaction time for you.
I
You didn't
died!
get to go your ult off.
That's not cool, bro.
Oh.
You know, I like this Jin build.
Honestly, it's probably what I should have done last game.
It's not what I wanted to do, honestly. You stood still. You could have tanked that. You just watched. I think you just watched. Why? Why is that? Why are you just laughing? Why are you so? Why are you like this?
They just ran into me.
Where are you giggling? Because I'm literal.
Just let me die.
Sorry, I just took psychic damage
Apparently
from my
it's the funniest thing
cringiness.
ever.
You brought this on yourself. I won't let you be the death of me. I will refuse to let you bring me down. Ah, yes, Hui.
What is
Man, I
happening?
fucking hate Hui. Both as a Jin LARPer and a general participant in League of Legends. I fucking despise him so much. Still don't know what he does most of the time, mind you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything after Aphelios, including him. I'm a TFT player now.
Yeah, we know. We can tell.
Bullshit.
Caden died to that? Oh, that's cool.
He presses button and one-shot 3 people, yeah. With the downtown thing, it's kind of like...
Oh.
It's very strong on him. And skilled sniper, too.
Yeah, Jonah, can you get some heals? That was a bit underwhelming.
You want me to build AP?
If you want.
I don't want to, no.
Oh, okay.
I don't have anything. Like, what a fucking disgusting champion, bro.
trying to do what I can here.
Yeah, I usually go in when I have no cooldowns, so...
Sounds toxic.
How do you know?
Trying to go in whenever I can go in.
You don't have
But
to.
also, I know, but we have. Oh my god, what happened by the tumor?
Oh.
No, this game's free though. Never mind. Game's over. Game's gone.
Not toxic, objective. Me when I'm trying to argue my ban from through 11. Also, I keep using my Q aggressively. Oh boy.
Oh, things are just about to get even more fun. Fun.
Do you see how much
Yay.
fucking healing Yi has?
Dude, not having stupid snowball is so annoying.
I mean, I'm surprised you didn't remove. Everyone usually removes their flash instead of snowball.
No,
No, I think they do.
no. No.
Oh wait, guys, I'll tank.
This guy is just.
We don't have anything for anyone. Our team is full of like such non-champions.
I mean, I need to go in to do stuff, but I also.
You wanna go in? Is that what I'm hearing? Give me a second. Wait, who are you playing?
Diana.
Diana.
Let's go.
Okay.
Don't worry, I kept the Rammus and Jin distracted, I guess. Not the Flash.
You think he was getting away? It's a Tom and Jerry Flash.
It almost worked on us too.
Did it?
Yeah. I almost fell for it.
damn.
My object permanence is pretty poor.
Are your eyes closed? Like, what?
No, I just kind of forgot the fact that if he's not in my view, that doesn't mean he's disappeared forever.
Do you know what object permanence is? Huh?
Sorry, I know what is?
Object permanence.
This guy is obsessed with me. Sorry, fucking
I thought
fighting a
Portal.
Yi.
Okay, but the fight, we got him again. The shoes on the other
Yeah,
foot.
because for some reason I was able to fucking keep this Yi like jingling keys in front of his face or something. Oh well.
Oh, I don't know my W.
Swiftly.
Oh shit. Don't blink, don't do it.
He's thinking about it. He was thinking about it. Good night, Sag. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Hope you can get some rest. Okay, our last item is a prismatic. Cool. Maybe I could spirit. If I get spirit bomb, wait, that would be so good. But I would need to die, so we need to win another team fight.
No comment. Oh.
Eh?
No, that was
Jin's
cold,
had
though.
enough. Oh shit.
Winning.
Okay. FQ. I need to save my
Why aren't they pulling
cooldowns,
up?
but okay, well, prismatic. Powered by the faithful. Oh, I got spirit bomb. Chain reaction. Oh, that's fucked. I'm gonna spirit bomb. I love spirit bomb. I can't believe I'm picking something over empowered by the faithful, but spirit bomb is fucking insane.
What does Spirit Bomb even do? It's like a cheeky
You'll see.
read.
You'll see.
You'll see. That was cold.
Was it?
Don't ever do that again.
Yeah, I don't think I will, honestly.
That's something I would say.
Oh my god, he died.
I'm on my
Come
way.
on.
I'm on my way. You guys need me.
Come here.
I don't think you guys.
Is he doing that on purpose?
He's mind controlling us.
Come here. There you go. Boom.
If I keep getting feared, can let me calm down. It's a kid's game. It's a kid's game.
Oh my god, you're just firing though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big shield.
Heals too. What is
Yeah, he's not getting away.
Brochacho doing?
He's just being a
You just went invis. I just got played.
then play. I can't. Let's go running all the way back.
He's got. Oh no, I thought he had King Me. He's got Tap Dancer.
I'm just gonna go fucking kill him too.
That was cold. That was the combo.
He's coming now. What's he gonna do?
Oh, he just got mugged.
He's got flat. I'm just gonna so I don't care. So I
Oh.
did channel my inner Gragas.
Why is bro using W with 0 grit? Don't worry about it.
Sorry, who's carrying the game?
literally me. Dude, my spirit fucking
You're
bomb.
doing nothing.
14k fucking shield, by the way. Please, I wanna go. Okay.
You ever seen how good my Sunfire is?
Why does he have so much? Is he got like get excited? Oh no, he's got Tap Dancer. Oh no, he's got Tap Dancer.
Nice way you said that.
Okay, yeah, I just realized like
Oh no, you said he has tap
this
down.
60. Oh, it does count. Jenna and Morga Loki going crazy? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, honestly.
Says doing so good. Thanks, guys.
Like that? Amazing.
I think he's getting away. Just gonna run top
He was
base.
just fucking
Oh, never mind.
22,000 shielding, by the way. Look at this.
Yeah, but have you seen my
This guy
Sunfire
bought
damage?
us.
You've got Sunfire.
It crits.
Okay.
Does it crit?
It doesn't. No, I was saying it doesn't mean you can. You should just buy it because it will crit. This is.
It crit.
Boom, 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 boom. Dude, this fucking. I love Spirit Bomb.
Boring.
40k
Boring.
shielding.
Boring.
Boring because we didn't let them win.
Very nice.
No way. Mastery up. Oh, Mastery full.
Crazy.
Hey guys, I only got one honor.
Yeah, I didn't honor you.
Is this thing on?
Oh, Blink honored me. Let's go. Well, I mean, you
Yep,
didn't honor
yep.
me, so it works out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Blink
I
honored me as
honor
well.
Wait,
people
who
when
the
they do
fuck
good.
honored you?
I forgot to check. I'm sure it's probably someone really cool.
Well, it wasn't me.
Why not?
Okay, I could probably play one more. Let's make it a good one.
I feel like you're
Stab
dodging my
it.
question.
Huh?
I'll remember this.
What did you? No, both of you spoke at the same time, and I didn't hear anything that you guys said.
Remember,
Okay, I still didn't hear what you said because your microphone cut out.
No one said anything. What are you hearing?
Guys, he's fucking. I'll throw up.
do you want Ezreal?
Yes, please.
Wait, no, go, you go Milio. That's Ankara Messi.
Oh,
You go Milio.
played.
That's Cristiano Ronaldo right there.
Couldn't have
Football.
picked
He's got a point. It is football.
Yep. Yeah.
Football.
Right.
Oh my god, we're supposed to be having a good game. Wait, you're actually. Oh.
Milo's broken.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
yeah,
he's
have
really
fun.
strong in TFT.
Yeah. Have fun. Yeah. Okay, have fun.
You just go. You go double Nash's JG. And you
If I
win
go
again.
AP.
to Fairy, I'll kill you.
Well, you won't get it off the start because it's a prismatic first, but you'll get it next.
How do you know it's a prismatic first?
Just a vibe check. You wouldn't know.
If it's not, you have to.
If it's not,
Give me
you can
5,000
personally
RP,
ban
thanks.
Goat.
I can't. I don't have the mods to ban him. I don't have enough.
Winter will step up.
Rasputin. Huh?
Winter will be the one that steps up.
He's gonna be the only mod.
He'll go overtime.
I can't afford to pay him overtime.
He'll quit his job.
I think I moved wrong and now my hips hurt.
No comment.
It's prismatic, bro.
No one said it's prismatic.
I didn't get. Do I go
Dude,
upgrade
this is
Sheen?
actually buns. Do I go growth spurt again?
Replay.
On seats.
You might as
I'm
well.
sorry. Do I go spiritual perfection? Purification?
Yeah, actually, that's fucking huge. Are you kidding me? Into fucking a moo.
I don't
Actually,
read.
never
I didn't
mind.
even read what it does.
You'll have to fucking kill them for that to take effect.
Why do you think this is coded?
Yeah, we saw earlier.
That feels
Do you even know
like
what Milo
no
does?
comment.
Yes, I have a football kick. I have the
And that's
thing
all that
that
matters.
the heal
Yeah.
that gives extra range. I have a shield, 2 of them actually, and my ult is a heal
fucking-
that cleanses.
Oh, Shokuka.
And my passive gives like a little burn to my friends.
Missed my first Q, this game's over. Missed my E, game's over.
I'll handle this. Their cultural heritage. You're not wrong.
Wait, the upgrade Sheen doesn't give the bonus gold anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
they
it gives like the
removed most gold
250,
stuff,
but
Skill feels like
except for
I guess it's because
the burn
they broke it. Well, because you get 250 gold straight up, but I remember the upgrade Sheen used to have it so that you got like gold based on damage you did. Kind of like a
That
shittier
doesn't
gold
sound
run.
real.
But if I remember correctly, it was broken, so they probably just couldn't be bothered fixing it. I don't know why I was trying to press R there, as if that was going to do something.
Oh, understand.
The sickness unto you. My sickness unto you.
Well, I just started dodging the Lee Spear. I might be the goat.
sounds dangerous.
Wait a hang on, I need to fucking read this. Because Elo Ball has a fucking 120% AP.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
why
can
it
we
hurts.
talk about how
That's why
ugly
people
the
go...
small skin is?
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. The splash is not bad at all, but the fucking skin is gross.
Yeah, someone should step right there. Oh. He was right there.
Oh, you bastard, he flashed.
Hold the arcane.
Oh, the treachery. I already said that, bro. I don't think I hit anyone, but it's okay.
Huh? I hit someone?
Come here.
It's on me. I just got stacked.
Take 5, everyone. I got this.
Fucking minions doing so much damage to me, bro. I deserve that, honestly.
Oh, fuck.
Is that Harry Kane himself?
I'll be omitting that little mishap from the expedition logs.
Victor, you see the laser himself. He felt bad for what I did.
Ah.
Man, Ezreal has no business doing this much fucking damage.
You think? And
The audacity to dodge my ability. It's crazy.
Outshine everyone and no one will stand you up.
Cut the video.
Ziggs versus Ezreal, if fist fight, who wins? I think Ezreal. He has a fucking gauntlet, bro.
No, but he would run away though, like going low wise. Ziggs is a hardened veteran. We know
What
this.
do you know about fucking League of Legends lore? Let's be real.
You know.
I bet you think that Warwick was cursed by Soraka because he fucking betrayed Soraka or whatever.
No,
I don't even know
actually,
lore.
Vanda turned into Mundo because in Arcane. Spoiler alert, guys. He turned purple at the end of season 1. I haven't watched season 2 yet, but like I know I'm right. Stay with me. Ah, W tank. So you're scoffing, but like they're all dead.
thank
I
God.
was laughing at W tank. Oh! Run! Please don't be AP. Oh, he might be AP.
Oh, that missed me.
Silver next. Brad's used to seeing that though, isn't he?
You mean like that? That's karma. Ow.
Matter of fact, Milo frame mugs Ezreal. Ezreal is a bitch and Ziggs mugs.
I'll explain what that means.
This conversation that is going on is making me sick. If I'm not gonna be right, I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting whiplash.
True Star Guardians never burn out.
Can we calm down, please?
Oh.
Ziggs purchased Malignance.
Yeah. Maligna. Feel like that was
God,
the
you
Where I
level
missed
crap.
everything.
When you've
My
got talent, there's
fuck.
no such thing as a lucky shot.
Ow!
What is Ezreal's alter ego called? Something like Jared Leto? I don't know.
It's the Joker.
That's the Joker.
I'm pretty sure that's the guy that plays the Joker in the hit movie Batman.
Daryl like that. No,
Batman.
It's Jared Leto.
Oh. Fuck. You bastard.
No.
Oh, you bastard. I was trying to leave you for dead.
I know, but I left you for deader.
What
Wait,
is the sun
what?
kind of Left for Dead
Left
2?
for dead.
Gotta admit it, the uniform's growing on me.
That's a
Wait,
lame
you got
joke.
Left 4 Dead 2?
Goat
I
has
said it
been
better.
trying to get us to play Left 4 Dead 2 for like the better of 2 years, unironically.
Why
Like I'm not
haven't
even
you?
joking.
You just not appreciate him that much. That's crazy.
Like you can go play Left 4 Dead with him then.
Maybe I'll
No, I don't like that game. What? Hello?
Go say Left 4 Dead, he's gonna go off about how we haven't played it still. Got it. Wait, does Left 4 Dead have crowd control?
Probably.
I don't think so, actually, which is what surprised me.
It appears I am dead. Caught by a fiendish codex.
Bro, fucking die.
The Milo Ball!
It's not worth the effort.
I forgot we have a Smolder.
Oh wait, I need to go die.
Boy.
Teeth. God fucking damn it! I'm not allowed teeth anymore, guys.
We used up all our luck.
No more teeth. The first one, you should play it, put some funny mods on. I think we did, the last time we played Left 4 Dead, we did put some mods on, but it wasn't much.
I
It was
think
literally-
Bird's a pretty funny mod.
Back from the dead. That confirms it.
Guys, am I deafened?
I think we modded the start so that it played the hunt music, and that was about it.
Must have ricocheted off of
Can we abyssal Brad?
See, that'd be probably really funny if I knew what Ambess ult does.
It's not about what it does, it's about the name.
Who needs a map?
Yeah, a few
like
character
that?
models, yeah. Don't worry, I'll face check.
Do you like to be enlightened, Brad?
Yes. Please.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay.
Have you see the install on the instant cancel?
Yeah, that was totally intentional on your ping, right?
It was. You sounded like you had a mocking tone there, but I don't believe that.
I just sound like that, dude.
Yeah.
Once you get a gold on our fucking last prismatic, I'm gonna get fucking teeth. And you know what I'm gonna do with those teeth? I'm gonna...
Just imagine your World Cup final right now. Croatia to win. And you lost.
Yeah, they fucking lost, bro.
Hell.
And now there's riots in the streets. All your
What
fault.
the fuck is that old guy's name? Begins with an M. That's you right now. You're washed. But we're still gonna keep inviting you to the games.
Thanks.
Something touched my foot. And next time I'll open an eye.
She shoots.
You hit some.
Good shoot.
Definitely.
I'm always open to new ideas. My new ideas.
Where's your fucking Nash's tooth, Brad? Your right of
I thought it
ruin or whatever.
Wasn't right this
That's
game.
unfortunate.
Oh, prismatic.
Ow.
Impossible comebacks are sort of my specialty.
Ah.
Blast 'em, Gauntlet.
He's over there. Nice try.
Ow. You guys, let's clump up.
Yeah, you're so right, actually. Ow. Draw your sword could be funny. Why is Symphony of War still a fucking prismatic you can get? That pisses me off. Wait, this could... Yeah, I would try this.
You flash.
Try the Leto popping off. Just watch Brad getting in.
011011.
Never met a problem I couldn't blast away with magic. That I don't even understand.
Interesting.
Follow the compass.
Counter.
Which one do you wield?
Yeah, I wanted to try it out.
least the first star didn't put me in one of those.
God, they all have so much health.
Marvelous that.
Yeah, I'll throw this down for you.
Didn't go in actually.
Outshine everyone.
Surprising.
No one will see what you're up to.
Thank you.
I think Nunu might have some Omni Vamp. Oh, GG. Oh, not GG. Ow.
Sick.
Go for
Where is he?
Feels like the whole world's gone crazy.
Don't worry, I'll face tank.
Right on schedule.
He's there.
Yeah. They're all in.
He's 1 HP. Just E him.
Crazy.
That's kind of mean.
Can't believe they talked me into this.
Nature's healing.
Gawk at this.
Reportable? What, me? Why?
I'm at my best when the world's on the brink of annihilation.
I hate the way Ziggs runs.
Just a silly guy. All silly with it.
True.
The Milo ball.
Gauntlets for show. Talent's on me.
Sending Drew to my location, but I didn't do anything.
That's what they all say.
True, that is unironically what they all say.
True Star Guardians never
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, I was waiting for Ziggs W on that tower, but I don't know,
Cool
the
down.
tower's still alive.
Oh, right. I can do that. I don't play this champ, okay?
Yeah, alright, buddy.
Didn't you just play in the other game?
Nah. I think I would know. At least we're all back at the same time. Pretty cool.
That is true.
Except Mulder.
You might just end the game.
No.
Not with me here. Not with me here.
They really tried.
What was that, like, dragon thing? Oh, Smolder. Minor inconvenience?
Which brush is the Nunu gonna be in? Oh, he's in there. He's not? Why did the...
You're seeing things.
I think they hit the wall.
He wasn't there. No, he was.
He might have just been invisible.
Yeah, it tends to usually be.
Secret invisible Nunu tag.
Do you wanna go W that? Thank you.
And I've done a W for Nunu.
uniform's growing on me.
Ow.
Scary.
Yep. Oh, fucking Nidalee is gonna just heal everyone up. Smolder not have... Oh my god. I'm dead.
Oh, at least I ulted.
That's
Yo, watch out for the snowball.
this ain't good.
I did say watch out.
Yeah, you guys win this. I think I buy this instead.
Oh, that miss.
I truly
Oh,
Some people call me a hero. Their words
fuck. Oh my
Fucking Christ, the healing! Holy
clash
shit.
of the Titans over there. What the
Thank you for the lyric snipers.
If it's not made of stardust, it's not worth the effort. Gawk at this!
Oh shit, Lucian's in there. Okay. This guy just ulted.
Come and
Oh, he's got
be-
Ultimate Awakening.
Who needs a map?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh,
I'm always open to new ideas. The entire universe awaits us.
I evaded that.
This is such a stalemate.
Oh! Saw that one.
Oh. Holy shit, the fucking...
Okay.
Possible comeback.
They should advance to ARAM. Okay, can they, like, knock on me, please?
Oh!
I'm dead. Oh, you got this,
go.
football!
No, you got this. Oh,
You don't got this.
you lost to the ball.
I did. Didn't bite the ball, died by the ball, you know how they say.
Yeah. Yeah, I defend this, right, guys?
No, sure thing.
Oh, they're healing. That's
Oh, you did. You just gotta be careful they don't run down and fucking...
That's fine, we win here, right, guys?
Yeah,
Oh, there's someone here.
right.
Tells you something's impossible, then it's still possible. So go do it.
I'm waiting for
I just ulted the bushes, what? Why is he pinging?
I don't read books about the world. I go out there and see it for myself.
Burn bright!
Yeah, I just like don't deal damage, to be honest.
This is horrible. They have so much range, but they have the healing too. Someone told Ziggs feels like going to int.
Do you want me to go in? Is that what I heard?
No, sorry, not Ziggs. I meant fucking Amumu.
Oh.
I'm just dead. No, but she wins.
Fuck.
Okay.
Yes!
It was very clumsy, but
I mean, I missed my ball as well.
If you think about it, Ziggs also has a ball.
Yes, I guess you could say that.
So why isn't there a Dunkmaster Ziggs?
That's truly puzzling. Right, that doesn't exist or allow me.
There's gonna be a Dunkmaster Misfortune before Ziggs. I can smell it. Actually, they're never doing Dunkmaster again. What am I smoking?
Well, they're doing the
It's too
fucking
fun.
NBA crossover on Wild Rift.
Yeah, but that's Wild Rift. We know how they like that child. I keep trying to dodge the Cassiopeia poison.
Can't believe they talked me into this.
this is so fucking finicky, bro.
This is definitely one of the games of all time.
No, you got me.
I'm just dead.
Fucking Christ. Unlucky.
You guys think we come back?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, I've got revived, don't worry.
I'm just gonna buy back.
What?
That's a Dota reference.
Yeah, I figured. I fucking figured. Alright, let's see this Milo damage.
Well, I didn't deal that much damage in total, but it's because it's
More than
I only have
Cassiopeia.
one ability that I can kick every so often. But when it hits,
Well, look at Nidalee's damage.
Yeah,
Wait, Smolder
no.
did that much damage?
Yeah, no, Smolder got their stacks at the end, so they were just fucking ripping into everyone.
No way, I just unlocked Surge Field.
That was my last one, though. I am tired and I need to get something to eat. If my appetite allows it, honestly, I feel fucking ugh. Fuck this summer heat. But thank you guys so much for playing. I appreciate it. We had some pretty decent games. We had some pretty games.
Yeah.
But you guys enjoy the rest of your
Just
day.
don't be too mean to Goat. Like, I know he struggled a bit in the games, but...
I just left. I ain't listened to that yap. Alright, even though I am ending for the day, if you could stick around for just a wee bit longer, I'd really appreciate it, because as always, I like to raid out into someone because it makes their day seeing your faces, and you get some channel points for doing so. I see Smee is streaming, so we might go say hello to Smee. Smee's playing some Pragmata. It's been a while since we got to go say hello to Smee, so that's good. But yeah. But thank you so much for coming today. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a lovely time. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask Smee how he's doing. I'm sure he'd really appreciate the conversation. Smee's a sound fella, so yeah, I'm sure you will enjoy. Just be on your best behavior. Make sure you read the rules and whatnot. Don't be a dick. I'll be there. I'll be watching. I'll be lurking. So if you are, you know, don't be surprised if you're not welcome back. But you guys are usually really, really good. So I'm sure it won't come to that. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming because it is forecasted to be quite hot. So I'll just let you know ahead of time in Discord, because I can't with both my PCs on and in an air-conditioned room. I cannot be dealing with that. I do apologize. I will end up feeling pretty fucking sick. So we'll see how it goes. Well, yeah. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in the raid today who decided to stick around and give me a chance. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me, so thank you for that. For now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always. Stay as cool as you can in this fucking horrible heat. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you at some point, I'm sure. Okay? Okay. Bye-bye.